The red pill or the blue pill? Which one are you taking? Welcome to We-On-Loc Nation. Couple things we're going to talk about this afternoon. But first and foremost, we're just in a chill mode here because often than not, we have pretty much good memories and as well as bad memories. We have good times and we have bad times. But these are some of the most wickedest times that we have ever been in. The video that I wanted to show you got taken down at the right moment, but there are others. There are others, and by the way, there's chaos, I heard, in the Umar sector. I said there's chaos in the Umar sector. Who cares? As long as none of that crap enters into my realm, we're fine. So while I look for what I'm looking for, I want y'all sit back and relax and enjoy some lovely music. Oh, you know what I could do? I almost forgot. I can always go back to my old videos and research it. I played it like 1,000 times already. I played it so much, in fact, that yeah, let me look up my stuff. I had almost forgot because the post says, "Is she right?" by Prince Out. Actually, it's "Is she right?" It could be any woman that proceeds that men are no longer who they claim to be. Well, some of them claim a lot of shit, but ultimately, um, we're going to have a discussion on manhood. We're going to have a discussion on womanhood. We're going to have a discussion on who's responsible, who's accountable, who can be held accountable. We're going to have all those discussions, but we're going to have them in an equal balance setting. And I say equal balance setting because everything is, in my opinion, uneven. Everything is uneven. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Found it. Found it. All right. I'm gonna be reviewing. I'm gonna be reviewing my old video from the emergency meeting, and I'm also gonna be reviewing some of Mrs. Princella's stuff because um this is what the show is about. Is she right in her stance? Or are they making her right? If they're making her right, then there's nothing else to talk about other than us men have to get in the group. We have to be in a group together, and we have to fix these things. Otherwise, it's going to be chaos, not only on the internet, but all that transitions to real life. So what's she going to do? Well, here it is. Here it is. This is what we were talking about earlier.
For me, I'm not trying to hear all that screaming and hollering all the time. Like I do enough of that on my own. I'm not
him.
That.
No, I hear you. I hear you. But for me, I hear what you're saying, but I want them to talk about this.
Apparently, if you see on the screen, this girl is getting punched out. She's getting kicked, and then she gets jumped on. Right? And I play this over 1,000 times. Just to say, if you want to become king, don't we have to protect our queens? Don't we have to protect our women? You have no problems. You have no problems praising the white woman. You have no problems praising. Hello, Helen. Thank you for stopping by. Blessings, blessings. Now, this is what you kings often either want, you refuse, excuse me, you refuse, I got distracted. You refuse to talk about these things. I wish I could blow it. Yeah, I can blow it up. I can fair use myself. This is my video. Thank you, thank you. It's amazing. It's amazing to be alive. It is amazing to be alive. Thank you, sweetheart. No, but why are we so afraid to talk about these things? Sharon isn't. Sharon isn't afraid. But why we gotta sell ourselves short? If you want to be acknowledged, then acknowledge this. But apparently we all have excuses, right? We all have excuses. That woman wouldn't open the door. That woman wouldn't open the, well, excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Every time I open the door for a woman, she never acknowledges me. She always gives me the side look. She always gives me the side. She rolls her eyes in the back of her head. When often does that happen? I would like to know. How often do you ladies roll your eyes at a dude that opens doors for you? How often? I don't see it. I don't see it. So if this person doesn't see it, and this person doesn't see it, Helen doesn't see it, if whatchamacallit doesn't see it, then often I would say 5-10%, at least 10%. A woman will roll eye. Most likely 90% of the time, a woman will say thank you. And this is more of a horizontal issue anyway. So what we got a lot of work to do, fam. You think of yourselves as real short. You sell yourselves short. You often have conversations about crap that I don't even know what y'all talking about half the time. I heard something today that somebody said that the earth was flat, and I just logged off. I'm like, okay. That God didn't exist. I said, okay, let me log off. Let me log off here. If you don't believe that God doesn't exist, I mean, that's you. Often I would say start. Because again, if you've heard already that there's going to be an eclipse next month, I think it's April 13th or April 18th. That eclipse is supposed to impact everyone in a certain way, energy-wise. And as much chaos has been going on as of late, the two girls who were heavily injured, well, one died. The 19-year-old girl that got stabbed to death. The woman that had her head shredded. And the man, by the way. But this was a year ago. That often no one talks about. No one ever talks about this because it's not trending. But I'm going to talk about it today. I'm going to talk about it today because it's the conversations that need to be had. And what we need to be telling our children when we tuck them in their beds late at night, instead of this, our Father with art in heaven, hallowed be thy name stuff. That's all in good. That's what we need. But we also need to tell our children, especially our daughters, that this world isn't what it used to be. It's just not. So I'm wondering, what do we talk about when we talk to our children often? What do we talk about? A whole bunch of nonsense? Education, to me, is the best. No, I'm sorry. Well, before education, before our children go to school and get handled by the teachers, we are the first offense. We are the first offense. We are the first to teach our kids about right and wrong. We should be. We should be the first to teach our kids about right and wrong. We should be the ones that tell our daughters to act a certain way around men. We should be the one that tell our sons to act a certain way around women and men. And the Bible clearly states, who shall inherit the meat, so inherit the earth. If we have faith as small as a mustard seed, we can accomplish anything. When Jesus went in the town of Bethlehem, well, let's just say Jesus went in the town of Bethlehem, and he was tired, and he had his disciples with him. A woman who was a known prostitute came to him and wiped and washed his feet with water. Actually, it was with her tears. Washed his feet with her tears, and then wiped his feet with her hair. And the disciples looked at her in disgust, and Jesus brushed them aside. And I'm paraphrasing what was said. It was basically like, why you let this hole up in here? Why is she touching you, master? And Jesus looked at him and said, y'all ain't got no faith at all. This woman clearly knows she was doing wrong, and she knew I was in town, and she wanted a blessing. So back up off me while I'm getting my feet soaked. Bless you, baby. That's the ghetto version. I gotta read it. I can't do that at the church. I can't do that at the church. It was like, you going to hell for mocking God. I didn't mock God. I forgot the words. There was another woman that came to Jesus' aid, and she was bleeding. And Jesus was walking through the town, and everybody was at all of Jesus. And she was so weak, she touched the end of his garment, and Jesus felt weak, felt a little weak, and was like, wait a minute, whoa, what's going on? Who touched me? Someone touched me. Who touched me? And they're all looking around. And the girl rose up with tears in her eyes, and she said, "Oh, holy thou Jesus, the Son of God." And Jesus said, paraphrasing again, was like, you have faith. You simply have faith. Go and be whole. You have faith. Anyone who believes as small as a mustard seed in the power of prayer, and the power of joy, and the power of emptiness. Emptiness, you're supposed to release all these toxins that you have. And be in the spirit of nothingness. But as we go further and further in our lives, we witness, I don't know. I really don't know. And I wish I had the original copy, but X was like, no, we gotta take this down. It's too much. It's way too much. Oh, but you get skinheads yelling nigger all day. Nigger this, nigger that. You got sex traffickers. You got white folks smacking babies. There's something wrong with us too. There's definitely something wrong with us. Now, I'm gonna transition, and I am going to show a clip from yesterday's to show you and to help you understand what I fight each and every single day. And one of the reasons why my peoples, there are those who come visit me, and there are those who are in the clouds watching. They're not going to come here because I like to not preach chaos, but show the type of chaos that we're going through here in the United States. It doesn't have to be all that, but the truth is the truth. This is what we face. I don't hear about it in Jamaica. I don't hear about it in the Caribbean. I don't hear about it in Africa. Although Africa is a big continent, and there's a whole bunch of countries. So, I mean, but but they would never film none of this crap and put it on YouTube. They would never film, except for the Indians, except for the the Indians and those other folk that and the hobby. They film themselves beating up on their wives. I have never seen an African do that. I have never seen an African audibly kick back, film themselves. I've never seen an African woman scream out, beat her ass, beat her ass. I've never seen that. I've never seen Jamaicans film crap like this. I've never seen it. But here in America, This is what you did. This is what you deal with. Not always. Not always. It just depends on what part of town that you're in. It just depends on what state you're in. Like here in the state of Nevada, it's loud, but that's only on the strip. If you have never been to the United States, if you've never been on the strip, you will experience some good things, some nice things, and some I need to stay away things. But ultimately, it's just a whole bunch of bright lights, expensive gifts, gambling. That's all it is. And some very nice shows. Right. I mean, look, you need a whole bunch of dudes doing that. Really? You need a whole bunch of dudes doing that. But let me transition onto another video. Now, this video pertains to men and their whiny little habits. That's the way I can put it. Because men whine a lot. Men whine a hell of a lot. Oh, I'm back. I am back, ladies and gentlemen. I had to stop at the store real quick. And see if they have the things that I want for the next week. And by golly, they do. But let me not get distracted. Like, share, hit, subscribe. Like, share, subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. How's everyone doing? All right. Did I put that? Okay. I'm going to. All right. So this is what we deal with on a daily basis. And this is what I would say is I don't even know what to call this shit. Or what post, I will be back. Please, I have a premiere. Okay, I will be here, Princess. I will be here. I'm not going anywhere. Not just yet. I just got started. This is Helen is one of my new ones. But I wouldn't expect other people to come or hit the link, or they just like to stay in the clouds. Now, Trev, I love her to death. I love her. But I wouldn't expect her to. I mean, it's too much chaos. I mean, she's been here before. And she's seen the chaos that I mainly put myself in. But other people come in and it's like the energy is off. You know what I mean? So I don't blame her. But let me get to and I'm going to get to some other ones as well. But I want to know, those who are Priscilla lovers, is she right when it pertains to men and their attitudes? Don't worry, I will give my perception in a little while. Fair use.
3 a.m. I stop at the corner store and they walking up the block. It's probably like 2 blocks. So I'm like, I'm gonna walk with you. No, we fine. You don't got no choice. I'm walking you up the block to the car. They're like, oh, thank you, didn't have to. Doesn't matter. Like, isn't that what Josh is talking about? Like, they're void of choice. They can't stop me from walking them up the block.
Well, hold on, Hemp. No. Now, do you understand? You put yourself at risk because
I'm not. I understand risk, but do you understand the in terms of
I understand what you're saying? And
what Josh is saying? You see, because the moral code still applies regardless of what. You know what I mean? Like, it's your moral code and standard.
Yeah, but I understand. But then you got to really get into the minutia of it and flesh it out. Now you walk up on these ladies and they already told you, no, I don't want you near me. Now they feel threatened and you get pepper sprayed or shot. You know what I'm saying? Or they call the police.
No,
or whatever.
That's how the world works. I understand that.
That's what I'm saying. So no, I don't even want to put myself. No. If I offer, I've done my due diligence. That's it. That's all I have to do. If I offer, you turn it down, and that's what men are doing. Like Angry Man said, we're respecting their boundaries. You can't tell me, hey, I don't want you to do this shit for me. I don't want you to do it. And then I respect it. If I do it anyway, this nigga aggressive. So he came up on me, and I said I didn't want him around me. So that's why I called the police. Now you know what I'm saying. Some whole other shit end up unfolding because of I was so committed to my duty. It's just not working.
So
you literally
you have to actually offer.
I have a question. How often does that happen? How often does that happen? I'm gonna give a ballpark figure. That happens what? 5%, 10%, 20%. I'm not gonna even put it at 20%. Because again, if I have not heard it in the news, if I have not heard this, if Channel 10 or Channel 3 or CNN or Fox is not playing this, then what the hell do I have to fear? What the hell does a woman have to fear? That's another thing. It's called energy. You relinquish your bad negative energy onto a person. What are you getting back? Bad energy. If you give good energy to a person and they have negative energy, your positive energy stays put. If you're letting negative energy into your person, then that's on you. Don't let the next person steal your joy. That's what I was taught by my grandparents, but we seem to forget morals and standards. Quite interesting.
Correct for her to turn it down, and what y'all are saying is that y'all not even offering in the first place.
We're just doing it.
But again, the world changed. For example, when I was a kid and a woman came with a bag, a stranger, she was carrying heavy bags. I would just say, "Hey, lady, do you want help?" I would help her. She would open the door. "Hey, here's some soda. Thank you." Like, the world is not that anymore. People are scared of each other. If I approach a woman, "Can I carry your bags?" She's going to have an adverse reaction because that's the world that we live on for the most.
Again, I'm gonna say it again. Why are you on this Nestle Crunch bar? Well, it's not a Nestle Crunch bar. How often does this happen? Doesn't happen often, does it? Yes, the world is changing. I will give Fatty this. The world is changing, but to a certain extent. You don't have to be the world. You don't have to be the world. That's what we're talking Bible study. You don't have to do what the world does. All of that is not in the void. All of that is just an excuse to be a part of the world. Again, your energy. If you have positive energy and a woman does not say thank you, move on, move forward. Your positive energy should stay intact. Now, if you feel a certain way, there's always prayer, there's always meditation. There are a lot of things that you can help prepare your spirit, your chi. But most of us don't know anything about anything. It's just, we don't know anything about prayer. We don't know anything about power. The Bible is inspirational. I never said this was the end all be all. I never said this, well, according to the Bible, the book, we should read this book because if we don't, life is going to pass us by. Not the case. Not the case at all. Books of the Bible and the Quran, we're supposed to learn these things in essence, pass it, and graduate from it. Life lessons learned. It's not supposed to be your life. It's supposed to be a part of your life. So back to what I was saying. How often do men open doors and women start giving the middle finger to a man or rolling their eyes and stuff like that? You rarely, if not possibly one or two instances. But I do often hear how crazy the world is when you have a man coming up to a girl and asking for her phone number and she says no, and you go apeshit. Then you stab the woman in the neck. And you're enraged for what?
Oh my God, you guys don't even.
Y'all are really capping right now, like for real. Y'all are capping. So every woman y'all try to help is calling the police on y'all and acting like y'all are creepers and weirdos. That's what y'all are saying. What's the likelihood of that happening? It's not likely.
It's not every woman.
It's not even that prevalent. So it's not every woman. It's not every woman, but every other woman after that one chick didn't say thank you after you opened the door. Now every other woman has to pay for that one woman. So you don't have any standards. Your standards is based off of that one chick you had a bad experience with.
Hold on, stop.
Y'all standards are shiftless and they're on quicksand.
I'm gonna say it again.
Y'all standards are sand dunes, like for real.
Several. You not fucking here.
Wait, hold on, fantastic. No, what the problem is?
So how many? So no matter how many times somebody did not say thank you after my husband opened the door or whatever for a random female, now he's supposed to not open the door for every other female because his standards is based on some other random bitch. Are y'all?
That was good. As a matter of fact, that was so good. I gotta hear that again.
So how many? So no matter how many times somebody did not say thank you after my husband opened the door or whatever for a random female, now he's supposed to not open the door for every other female because his standards is based on some other random bitch. Are y'all serious right now? His standards are his standards. It don't matter what. It don't matter what no other female did that didn't say thank you for opening up the door. He's still gonna open up the door because that is his principle.
And that's why you shouldn't do that shit.
Christ. Can y'all hear me?
For what?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine.
That didn't say thank you for opening up the door. He's still a random bitch. Are y'all?
I'm gonna say it again.
Y'all standards now every other woman has to pay for that. It's not even that prevalent. Okay, so it's not every woman. It's not every woman, but every other woman after that one chick didn't say thank you after you opened the door. Now every other woman has to pay for that one woman. So you don't have any standards. Your standards is based off of that one chick you had a bad experience with.
And again, y'all talking about one. Hold on, stop.
Y'all said.
Woo! I'm clowning. I am clowning right now. Woo! All right. This is funny. Boy, Miss Nebraska, I got some stuff to tell you. Bring your tail up, yo. I got some stuff to tell you. Oh, I was about to punch somebody today. That was my boss. But I'm clowning because that was the best medicine. I gotta do the shock thing. That was the best medicine I ever had. I mean, Callie Bear, she put the stamp of approval. Boom. Beautiful, real beautiful. Again, question: how often does this happen? So for every one chick, let's just say there are 10 Walmarts, 10, 12, 11 Walmarts, even the little mini ones, they're all Walmarts, whatever. Let's just say all the Walmarts have one girl, right? One female to each and every single Walmart within a 5 to 10 mile radius, right? That one single female rolls your eyes at him, puts up the middle fingers and says, "Screw you." Does that demeanor every single female that walks through? You're not going to open the door for another female because of that particular female. Remember, there are 12 Walmarts and there are, let's just say, over 100,000 people who walk into Walmart. Out of 100,000, hey, glad you're back. Out of 100,000 people, let's just that's too big of a number. 10,000. Out of 10,000 people, how many black women to 10,000? How many black women? Let's just say out of the 10,000, let's just say there are 8,000 black women who come into Walmart minus 5,000 black men. So out of that one, 7,999, you are going to demeanor her, and you're going to demeanor a whole group. That's her point. It's less than 10%. It's rare. You just want the recognition. And I get it. But I ain't gotta beat her ass for it. Miss Nebraska, I'm so sorry. So sorry. But my girl was whooping their asses. I'm so sorry. Miss Nebraska, You're on.
You fine. So what you got to tell me?
I had to whoop somebody. I wanted to whoop somebody's ass today. That's what I'm gonna do.
You were you on somebody's panel?
No. This is at my job.
Oh.
This is at my job, man.
What happened?
I was getting ready to leave, right? And they were offering donuts or whatever because of our good works, which I find that kind of pussy. But anyway, there was some good donuts. So I opened up the box, and I wanted a chocolate donut, but I changed my mind, and so I ended up going for the glaze. My boss is looking at me the entire way. And he proclaims that I touched one of the chocolate ones, right? And I said, I didn't touch any chocolate one. He said, yes, you did. I said, okay, which one did I touch? He said, the far left one, which was wrong. I said, so I touched this one? And he said, yeah. I said, that's not the one that I touched. And I pointed to the one that I misspoke. I said I did touch what I was supposed to say. I was looking at it, right? But I ended up grabbing it anyway, and I wanted to throw it at him, but give or take, I'm gonna get suspended and I might get fired for it. So
is this?
And a friend of mine had to remind. And a friend of mine he was laughing the whole way. He was like, just it's almost time to go. It's 4 minutes.
Is this manager Caucasoid?
What does that mean?
You don't know what Caucasoids are?
Caucasoid. I've heard of the word. That's an old word. Caucasoid.
Derives from the word Caucasian?
I would say it was Mexican. They're all white. They're all the same.
White Mexicans?
Yeah, you could say that.
Gotcha. Wow.
Yeah.
So they on your heels. If he was studying you that hard.
Well, not that I got pulled to the side by one of my co-workers talking about people are spying on you because they think you're lazy. And I was like, I know.
What?
And guess what? I am. I've been to that job in almost 3 years. It was time for me to pack up and head out anyway. But my tuition is about 2-3 months away from getting paid. And I am a HVAC, I am an HVAC guru. So.
Oh, nice.
I'm not worried about none of this here. But what I am not necessarily worried. I'm not necessarily worried about it. Oh, perfect timing. She's always changing her name. She was cute though. I don't know about y'all on Saturday nights, but y'all, what's up with y'all on Saturday nights? Y'all cute than a motherfucker. But anyway, not yesterday, but last Sunday or Monday. I don't know if you were here, Miss Nebraska. Were you here?
You have to refresh my memory.
Okay. I was playing a clip of this. And for those who have weak stomachs, you don't have to look at it. Let's see. Sorry, I was drinking. Never drink strong pop when you're trying to talk. But I was showing this part and they erased it from X. You know how they like to. You know they had like to talk about the black man is this, the black man is that, the black man don't give no recognition. Well, I did not know that this was the consequence of not getting complimented or getting the type of recognition. Angry Man often says all the time that when people come home from the military, they get praise, or they get recognition. They get what's the word I'm looking for? What is the word that I'm looking for? Acknowledged. They get acknowledged when they come home. No, often they don't. They don't. Some do, but not all. Often get recognized or acknowledged. Not everybody gets acknowledged for you opening a door for someone. But you want your milk and cookies. Okay, I get you. I got you. But are we ever going to admit that we are animals, or we can be animals at times?
Okay,
just
so,
like a woman can admit.
Okay, so in this particular clip, are you saying that the guy did this because he was rejected by the young lady?
I have, to be perfectly honest with you, I don't know what the hell was going on. It says here, stop speaking on the way. Kicked and bitch out of this. What? Stop talking on the dead or something. I don't know. I don't know what this is. My point is that if you're going to if your stance as a man, and they often say this, men, not man, men. I said, I didn't know you were men. A men. First of all, you're a man. You're not a men. You don't do what men do. Not at all times. So you mean to tell me, and this was what my grandmother also used to say. So if everybody jumps off a bridge, you're gonna jump off with them. So if you're going to kick the shit out of a woman, you're gonna jump in. You're gonna kick the shit out of her too. You're just as guilty as they are. And I can't play the audio, but there's a woman in the background encouraging this too.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Right? But my point is, if we're going to talk about some things, let's talk about things that matter. What the hell is opening up a door for a person? What is that? Why do we have to go crazy just because a woman didn't say thank you? So I ended up playing this over and over and over again. Because they like to say the same. You like to say the same shit over and over and over again. I don't even know what. Are we doomed? I don't want to take it that far, but
yes, we are.
What is the best medicine? Because often when I get a cold, my mother used to hit me up with a whole bunch of remedies. It's not just Tylenol and Advil. She used to hook me up with remedies that she got from her grandmother and her great grandma. She used to take Vicks. She used to take this vapor rub and put it all on my chest, and that would absorb it, and you would smell it through, right? And at the same time, she would put a cold washcloth over my head, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that in the next couple of days, I would feel fine. I would feel great. What type of remedy does this shit need? I don't know. I'm
This
a
is a
lost.
remedy that long overdue. But speaking of doomed, I don't know if you all in the chat or We-On-Loc heard that our president Biden recently, as of yesterday, declared Transgender Visibility Day on Easter Sunday.
What does that mean?
That means that starting effectively tomorrow, the transgender community will be acknowledged every Easter from here on out on Easter Day.
Well, I don't celebrate Easter, so they can acknowledge that shit all they want. But this is the.
Oh, I'm not done.
Big. Oh, you're not?
I'm not done. So in his declaration that he presented yesterday, he also in the declaration it said that he is doing this for the transgender community because they want to make awareness to stop violence against discrimination against the transgender community.
So it's no different from the gays. It's no different from the Asians. It's no different.
Well, the transgender community, they are a part of the homosexual community. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right. I'm confused on that. The LGs, the T's, and the.
So one, this is a slap in the face to Christians for those who are Christians like myself. For two, it's a huge slap in the face to Black Americans because basically our government is telling everybody that transgender people's lives matter more than Black people.
And you expected this from a 74-year-old senile person?
I don't expect anything from a Caucasian president of the United States. I'm just stating facts.
Well, state them facts, girl. You know what else is a fact?
What?
They're trying. Donald Trump just bought 2 million dozen hamburgers. He's buying shoes now. First he's selling shoes. Now he's buying burgers.
Oh, is he opened up a fast food chain or something?
I have no idea. I just saw Donald Trump and I saw burgers and I saw 2 million. I was like, hold on. He's selling 2 million burgers to who? You know what he's trying to do? He's trying to increase the Black vote. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to get these little ingrate motherfuckers to vote for him on the next election. When's the next election? I think this year.
At the end of the day, Americans have to choose which devil they want in the White House. I mean,
correct the window.
isn't more better than the next, but you got to choose which devil you want to deal with. So,
and Professor Griff always said, "What? It doesn't make no difference to me. It was Republican or Democrat. Their wings are the same damn fucking bird."
Right. But at the end of the day, word on the street is Trump will be the next president. Again, second term.
Well, put it this way. We might get another stimulus.
Possibly. Possibly.
Niggas gonna take that shit and run with it.
Possibly. You know, they're still arresting folks for that PPP loan.
At this late in the game?
Yeah. Do you honestly think Uncle Sam, you honestly think Uncle Sam is going to sit back and let Americans collect coins that belong, quote unquote, to him? Are you serious? They will take their time. It don't matter if it's 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. They're going to take their time.
I think it's something else, to be perfectly honest with you, because one, it's been what, 3, 4. Wait, when do we get our APO, whatever that one?
What else do you think it is?
Well, when I was collecting unemployment, there was 2 types of unemployments we could collect, and there was this new unemployment where if we owned a business or we were driving or we were unemployed, that we can collect heavy on our insurance. But here's the thing: everybody had to wait.
From an unemployment check, though.
I'm just giving an example. I'll bring it back. I'm just giving an example. We had to wait like for months just to get unemployment, right? And when we finally got it, people were still checking to see if we were qualified for unemployment. Crazy, ain't it? In this case, pretty much anybody can say anything and get a loan. And they were doing what? Spending it on cars, they're spending it on jewelry, houses, and everything. You remember that woman that was, she got the PPP loan, and she found out she had to pay it back, and she was begging people for cash apps.
I've seen a lot of that. I don't know which lady you're referring to, but it's been a lot of that on social media within the last 2 years.
A lot? I only seen one.
No, it's been a lot.
I've seen one, and I'm like, okay, all right. But do you, out of that lame video that you just saw, do you think Princella is right in?
I'm sorry, I did not see the Princella video. I came in probably on the.
No. I'm sure you heard. What I'm saying is, I'm sure you heard some things about what Princella stands for, right? And Princella, overall, yeah. And I'm saying from that clip, just this one, I haven't even shown the other one yet. That clip alone, do you believe she is now right in her stance of what she believes?
That's what I'm saying. I haven't seen the clip.
I thought I just showed it to you.
Or are you talking about the guys who were stomping on the lady?
Yes.
Oh, that's the clip that she showed on her platform?
No, that's the clip that I showed. And I was making a point.
Okay.
I was making this is the point that I was making. when she says that men are incapable of love, that often means that they they often deterred about who is worthy of their love, their sex, their pretty much everything, right? So men are incapable of that, and all they want is sex. All they want is control. Is that for every man? Is that for some men or a majority of men? And that's what I often.
I disagree with Priscilla on that because males are humans. They're a part of the Homo sapien community. So, humans are capable of loving, regardless of the gender.
And she would often tell you you're a damn fool, but
I mean, of course, that would be her opinion, and I would not be offended because that's her opinion.
No. Well, you would be. Of course, you would be right on the money, because not. I mean, male. The male is. I'm a male, so I can only speak on me. I know I'm capable of evil, but is it in me to do it? Am I supposed to do it? No. Is it in me to do it? No. Am I capable of doing it? Yes. Am I capable of calling you a bitch? Yes. Do I do it? No. Only if you piss me off. There are ways to define things. In spirituality, she's not a part of. But my thing about it is, they often prove her point each and every single time. And this is just.
Let me ask you this: did you ever see the interview she did with that pastor?
What pastor?
I don't
know. Hold up. You done messed up.
But she only did one interview with the pastor. I think he has a YouTube channel.
Was it Gino?
I'm not familiar with these YouTubers. I mean, you're more familiar with them.
No. Gino Jenkins. Gino Jenkins is a pastor.
Okay, is that his name? He wear the glasses.
Let me tell you something.
Huh?
Does he wear glasses?
No.
No. She did an interview with. Are you talking about the? No, I'm not talking about him. She only did one interview with the pastor dude. He has a YouTube channel.
I did not know that.
I'm assuming you haven't seen it since you don't know who I'm talking about. But in that interview, he was the only person to get Priscilla to be vulnerable. I've never seen her be vulnerable before on anybody's platform. So that was the first time I've ever seen her be vulnerable. And when she was on their platform, she disclosed that she was violated as a child, of course, by a male. And then she was once again violated by a male in her early 20s. I think she was like 20 or 21. So a lot of the hurt that she projects on men stems from her, of course.
Well, she said that before. She said that way before that interview, that, people were stealing money from her, and people were she got molested at age 12 and I think 16. I mean, she said all that. It doesn't deter her from what her stance is about love.
No, but what my point is sometimes because we're humans, sometimes, and especially if we don't heal from our traumas, we can go through life projecting our hurt and traumas on other people.
That's true.
And if you don't heal from it, you can create your own little bubble of hate because you have not dealt with the trauma from the male species who were supposed to protect you at 12 or 16 or 21. So.
And do you think that in that interview, did it change her even a little bit?
It was good to see her be vulnerable because normally, on other YouTubers' platforms, she's always, argumentative and she puts up this, facade, this hardcore, facade. So it was nice to see her vulnerability side. And I mean, unlike you said you heard her story before. This was my first time actually hearing her talk about it and then give details about what happened. I've never heard that before. So it was nice to see the other side of her. But the two people that were...
Hold up. I think I found it. Was it Tim Ross?
Yeah, I think that's him. That sounds right. He wore glasses.
She's
now,
always on there.
What I found interesting was the pastor gave her empathy, and actually, supposedly, he, started tearing up when she told her story. But the other guy who was the host of the show, he showed her no empathy.
No empathy at all.
No remorse, and that was interesting.
Was it this?
Yeah, that's it.
He's a pastor?
Yes.
These pastors are young. I like it. I love it.
I think he's in his early or mid 40s.
He don't even look. No way.
Yeah.
All right, I'll play a little bit of it.
It is fractured over and over and over again to produce a community.
Did I put the fair use sign on there?
Helps children at all.
Yes, there.
Okay. All right. Just checking.
I think nuclear families are the backbone of civilization. And just because there have been people operating on their lower state or as their lower self at their base nature would not be what I would justify as grounds for multiplying a civilization or a society as a part of that. So the nuclear family is absolutely important. It is biblical. And when it's done right, it works. Is it work to make it be done right? Absolutely. It's a dogfight. Because at our base nature, not only would we be having, as a man, having sex with anybody, I would also probably be killing people. I would also probably be robbing people. At my lower self, I can operate very, very recklessly, not just men, but women as well. So that's my thought pattern as I listen to what you say. I have a completely different paradigm of thought on it. So
when you hear of brothers that have been married for 20, 30, 40 years, who have raised, families all under one roofs or in one home, do you consider those brothers to just be the exception?
No, because a man telling me that he's been married says nothing to me, because marriage was made for men anyway. Marriage teaches women to tolerate a lot of trauma and dysfunction and put up with a lot of transgressions that men have. So a man being married for 20, 30, 40 years only tells me that the woman tolerated a lot of abuse, a lot of mental and emotional turmoil for him to even say he's been married that long. So
Pardon my interruption.
Hold on just a second.
Okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
yeah. So men telling me they've been married for an extended period of time does nothing for me. I would like to hear women speak all of the joys of being married for so long without the turmoil that comes with it. I don't do.
So I just want to confirm. So are you saying that relationships should not come with turmoil?
Well, it's gonna come with turmoil if you're dealing with a man. It's gonna come with it, and so women have to be taught to accept that and put up with it, right? And this causes, because the feminine is the nurturer. It is the sustainer of life.
So there's no turmoil between female relationships.
There is not the type of turmoil that men typically put women through, okay? Because there is a nature about the man. So I like to talk about facts. I don't do subjectivity. I don't do I this, I that, because the numbers speak for themselves.
Is it? But
you know, I have to say it. I still have a vulnerable. We'll come back to this, Justin. I still have a vulnerable spot for her, because anybody who has been through that much pain and turmoil, I mean, I can understand it, but at the same time, can I question it? Sure, I can.
And I'll say this: some of the stuff that she says does have some truth to it.
Yeah.
Does everything she say is 100% truth? No. But some of the stuff that she says and that she points out has some truth to it. It's valid.
It is. But however, they also show two sides to one story.
But however,
we don't know.
I think some of the stuff that she says that I think has some truth to it. It comes from a learning behavior in communities.
Wait, say that one more time.
I said some of the stuff that I think some of the stuff that she says that I think is, has some truth to it. It stems from the behavior, the learning behavior in some of our communities. Right? Mm-hmm. So when she mentioned, women being, married for years and years without, receiving turmoil from their spouses, that have some truth to it, especially in certain, what do you call it, generations. Like my grandmother is in the silent generation where, they were taught to deal with just a lot of foolishness.
True.
So that's why I'm saying some of the stuff that she says isn't 100% inaccurate, but it does have some truth to it. Now, does she uses some of this to her advantage to get her point across? Yes. Mm-hmm. Like most people do. But
again, I do feel for the girl. When she was over here, I tried my best to, give it comfort in the best way I possibly could, but you can tell it's like we need to firmly and slowly peel this onion back. I mean,
I think that Priscilla is very intelligent. I think she's very articulate. I think that you know, she's somewhat a good businesswoman, but I also think that she should definitely get some psychological counseling.
I agree.
Because there's a lot of underlying issues that clearly she hasn't dealt with yet.
I concur on that.
And she has a daughter, so it's like a lot of her ideations are going to, you know, of course, be embedded in her daughter, and then here's this new cycle is going to be continued.
Yeah, and all for the wrong reasons.
But she's not the only one. It's a lot of Priscilla's out here. I know some personally myself.
Well, when you say that, you have to define those Priscillas, because there's a Priscilla that we know, and the Priscilla that's out there like a divested zealots. Those are not Priscillas. Priscillas will talk to you. Priscilla has talked to me previous times and has given me a chance and given me and another person that I know chances. Divested zealot ain't gonna give you no chance. He ain't gonna give you no shot. Salute. They're not gonna give you a shot. They're just gonna talk trash about you. You ain't gonna get the chance to talk.
When I say there are other Priscillas out here and that I know some myself, what I am referring to are women who have been abused, violated by men, and they project their hurt, anger onto men because of that. That's what I'm referring to.
Do you have that? You wouldn't happen to have those names. Would you
You don't know them. These are people who I know personally. You would know them.
Oh, okay, got you. Well, I mean, if we could, if this was the platform to do it, I wish this was the platform to bring some of these women forward, and then it could be either you and I or another woman, or we can have two or one up here to kind of like tell their stories a little bit, but in any way, shape, form, fashion, whatever they feel comfortable with.
Yeah, because personally, I know two lesbians who, they have nothing to do with men because of their experience, their violent experience with men in their childhood. So that's what I'm referring to. There are plenty of Priscillas out here in the world. She's not the only one.
So there's a distinct difference between the Priscillas and the divested zealots of the world. I just kind of figured that when you transition from men to women, that means you had divested and you had pretty much made up your mind. That's what I figured. But now that you told me, okay, I pretty much get that now. Dude, what's up? Woo. That's what I said. That niggas need counseling, but niggas are afraid to go to counseling. I had one particular told me, I don't need no counseling. Counseling for what?
Yeah.
I've
heard Black people say that.
Like, you need
I don't want to tell a stranger my business.
Yeah. What business? What business? You don't have no business.
But yet you telling your friends and family, and they telling everybody else your business.
Exactly.
Subjectivity, because you're saying a lot of things, right? But I'm getting confused about where you're at with this, because you're saying don't talk subjectivity, but you are subjectively saying that the turmoil that a female relationship experience is different from a male-female relationship.
Hold on. First and foremost, when I first started talking, I spoke specifically about biology. That is an objective science that speaks about your neurology, your biology. That is objectivity. I'm trying to go into statistics. You want to ask me about female, but what did I tell you about the nature or the 5 characteristics of life? First 5 characteristics of life is response to environmental stimuli. We are not living in a natural system. We are living under patriarchal philosophies, which humans adapt to. So you're not even dealing with natural females. You're dealing with females who have taken on male philosophies and in their behavior. So I'm not talking about relationships with females. We're talking about marriage and nuclear families right now. And what I'm trying to get into is the statistics, okay, on marriage and divorce. What you find, because men always be the ones saying, oh, I've been married for this long and this long, but that does nothing to explain the turmoil and the complaints that women are having. Because the reason why I even exist is because women have an issue with why they're experiencing what they're experiencing with men. And I'm here to give them the answers and the clarity on why they are having these experiences. And so I always go into science, philosophy, sociology, all of the other stuff, which is anecdotal experience. I go into empirical data. And what you find out empirically is that 54% of divorced women do not ever want to remarry again. Only
you're gonna have to help me out.
Sure.
When she goes into the science, I don't know what she means when she says when she goes into the science part.
She's talking about the psychology aspect of it.
Okay. So what she's saying that psychologically men have a psychological effect on women, even in marriage. Well, I would often say, even though it's a TV show, ask that to Claire Huxtable, right? When I think Theo's cousin came by the crib. It wasn't the cousin. It was the husband of the niece. I forgot what her name was, but anyway, homeboy came by and Dr. Huxtable was standing right in the middle of the living room, and Claire Huxtable asked, "Would you like some coffee?" And he looked at her and said, paraphrasing, "You serve coffee?" And she said, "Serve? Yeah." And I was like, I've never heard of that one before. She gave him the lashing of a lifetime. Like, I don't serve my husband. I asked him, and he served, just like he gave me coffee this morning. I'm asking him if he wants coffee as of right now. But if you have that macho camacho attitude, you ain't never going to be anywhere in life. And nobody's going to want you. So if you're expecting something from somebody, you can forget it. It's earned. And I was like, damn. So yeah, so men have a so she's saying that men have a psychological effect even in marriage. All right. But the same can be true for males as well. Women have a psychological effect on men. What's the difference? I'm trying to figure out what's the difference.
Well,
One's more.
According to Priscilla, men benefit more out of marriage than women do, according to her.
Two things can be true. One hand doesn't wash the other. I mean, they're both. It's both evil and involved in, and they both need therapy. So I think separation is good for the soul, but I'll get into that a little later.
15% of women who've been married before would be interested in marrying again. That's an extreme minority.
Is that unusual though? If you tried something, I mean, most people who fail at their first business don't continue to open up a new business. A lot of us have an issue with doing things again after we fail. So is that not a natural thing that comes with life? If you try something, you fail, you may not want to do it again.
Not necessarily, because women, if that was the case, the first male that dogs a woman, she wouldn't get another one. But the typical thing is men are complaining about women having multiple baby daddies. So how is it that women are stopping something after they had a bad experience if they have these multiple things that's going on with them?
So I want to ask this because this was very important. This what happened earlier, because I think this is very important to say, because Tim actually said that he's been married for how many years now, Tim? 24 years. And the assumption was pretty much immediately that his wife had to pretty much endure a ton of abuse.
No. It's not an assumption. It's like, I don't really care about a male telling me how long he's been married, because I know that there are things that women have to pull back on and accept. It doesn't matter if it's lying, cheating, gaslighting, whatever. The woman is trained, even through religiosity. Preachers preach to women about tolerating and putting up with things to keep their marriage. If men cheat on them, don't give up your marriage all because he cheated. This is just a typical thing. So at the end of the day, when a man tells me that he's been married for an extended period of time, that does nothing for me. I don't get excited. I don't think that he's some exception to the rule. Give me a woman to say how well her experience has been without putting up with anything of the sort, then my ears will raise and I will tell her that she's the exception to the rule, because the statistics show again that not only do 54% of women who have been married don't ever want to remarry again. That is the majority. There's a 97% chance in the risk of divorce when the man does not help with housework. And what else does the statistics show? That the people who have the quote unquote that get divorced the least are those who have strong religious beliefs. So what are the religious beliefs teaching women when it comes? Be the helpmeet, tolerate a lot of things, give a man an opportunity to change. Even when I did my interview with Charleston White says something really key that a lot of men agree with, is that a man can quote unquote love, but it might take him 25 years, and he might have been a dog for 25 years. And then one day, before he died, he treats her okay. But
that's a bunch of bullshit coming from
Yeah.
All right. That's a bunch of bullshit.
I don't understand why Charleston White is the new spokesperson for the black community.
He ain't.
I don't
And
understand why
that's
people
one nigga.
are making his, statements golden as the Bible. I just don't get it because the man appears to be very ignorant to me, just in my opinion.
That's one hurt nigga that no one was paying attention to his little scrawny ass, and now he wants to get at these niggas that hadn't got at him yet. All he had to do was just, and I'm not gonna cast aspersions on anybody, but he puts it on himself. I wouldn't be surprised if niggas got at him. Sooner or later, it's gonna happen. It may not happen today, tomorrow, next week, next month, or next year. Somebody's gonna get at him for talking all this noise. He's made all this money. What's the dude's name? Anton Daniels has made him money. Has given him money. He has made money. Speaking his truths, which is just all the way backwards. And that whole thing is a farce. It's
and
something.
If you go into some of these comments of the interviews that he has done and see the amount of people, they're like, "Oh yeah, he's telling the truth. Oh, he's a real one. That's a real man, right?" I'm like, yo, we're doomed.
Yeah,
we are
doomed. We're going to hell. Yeah, we're definitely going to hell. We're definitely going to hell.
We are me and you, when we retire, we might as well move overseas when we retire, because the generation under us, if they gonna be running, it's gonna be a hot ass mess.
Hey, I'll be in Dubai. Yeah, I'll be in Dubai chilling.
Yeah, America's already a pre-circus, but it's gonna be a damn zoo by the time we retire.
Anybody who tells you that the pussy is sacred to a pimp has got to be the most dumbest nigga, the most oldest nigga, because I don't even know how old Charleston White is. I think he's my age, but he's got to be the most oldest, dumbest nigga. Anybody who would praise the dead, say, "Oh, your son dead, mine alive. Give him a call right now." They'll get at you sooner or later, pretty much.
But the simple fact that this generation alone will follow anybody off the cliff is scary. It's very scary.
What did the Bible say? When blind lead the blind, they all fall into the what? Ditch. And in 2 Timothy chapter 3, 2 and 4, men will be lovers of themselves, bastards, loiterers, destroyers, agonizers, all them people. All them people are gonna.
The most scary part is that, they're trying to get rid of biological women. Now that's scary.
What do you mean? They're trying to get rid of them. How?
They're trying to get rid of biological women. This is why they're pushing the whole transgender agenda.
I thought you were going to say robots.
Are saying that they believe that they are women. They're trying to push that on our kids. They're trying to push the agenda. Your president of the United States just made a whole transgender day starting tomorrow for Easter Sunday. They didn't change the name of biological women to cisgender women. They have the whole, incubator thing where, now it's people who only have money, but it'll probably be open to the public for people who do have some type of money. You don't even need a woman to, bring a child into this world. You just pay to have your child be incubated for 9 months and boom, here's your baby. So we're going in some very dangerous territories here. And people need to pay attention.
Well, don't be so. I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked at all. Listen. If there earthquake that's coming next week, I hope it reaches. I hope it reaches here. We all fall in that bit. Fall into the abyss. Hey, we need a cleansing. Every time I see a parade and I see some, what you call those people, pansexuals. I see pansexuals floating around in them. I see PDD posters. Drown them all. Just go ahead. Do your thing. Do your thing, guys. Do your thing. I don't care anymore. Do your thing. I'll be changing. I had to change my draws, but hey, listen. Even the mountains that hide me.
Do you have small children
that hide me from the chosen one?
Do you have small children?
Yes.
Yeah. See, my heart goes out to parents like yourself and others who are raising small children here in America, because the agenda is real heavy in these public school systems. Very heavy.
I'm not worried about that.
Very heavy. And I'll be damned if I send my child to school and the teacher is trying to tell my child that she's a boy instead of a girl, and she comes back home confused because her teacher's telling her that she's a boy. I would be very highly upset if I send my male child to school wearing clothes that I put on his back and then he comes home with a dress on. So my heart goes out to you parents who are raising small children in this day and age, because I would be livid off the chain if my child was being exposed to sex at an early age when they're just supposed to be children.
True. I'm not really worried about that, because how my children are being raised in my wife's church. I used to feel a certain type of way about that, but now that things have gotten just a slight tiny bit worse, I don't mind it at all. It's just, I feel some type of way about it, but nah, fam, you can't get me to no, you're not gonna get me to sway in any way. If
my daughter, my 8-year-old daughter, came home and told me that the boys are using her restroom and that they were peeking under her stall as she was urinating, I would be livid as a mother. But that's just me, though. I mean, maybe some parents are more relaxed than others, but
it's something that needs to be said when you have a whole bunch of people, voting for this and cheering for this as if this is something to be praised about. But it's meant for destruction. But we're at a different time now where especially here in the United States, because I often don't hear it overseas. I don't hear it overseas at all. There are some
an American government agenda. I mean, yeah. So, I mean, here in Georgia, they're starting to, have non-gender bathrooms, and a lot of the parents went crazy at the school boards because, I mean, who wants their daughter, sharing bathrooms with another little nasty little boy you know nothing about? Like, who wants that?
Yep.
Because he feels like he wants to identify as a female that day. Get out of here.
Yep. And if you make and I don't know what let's say the daughter gets molested, but how will you how the hell how can you tell who's what? The molester, how you can tell who's what? If this person is a dude or he's a woman, how can you tell?
I have recently canceled my gym membership with Planet Fitness because they had made it a policy that transgender people can use the women's restroom now, and unfortunately they lost a lot of money within the last 2 weeks already because a lot of people have canceled their memberships. I shouldn't have to worry about going to the gym and trying to work out and then thinking I'm having some type of privacy, and there's a man in there that wants to identify as a woman that particular day because he wants to see tits and ass.
Speaking of which,
I'm not subjecting myself to that foolishness.
There was a particular female, right, that she was trying to find an actual gym, right? And so where she can film, she can do her little workouts. So because I guess some things were transpiring, so I guess she asked the people who work at this expensive ass gym that is it okay to film here, and I guess they told her, they gave her the green light, and she goes to film, and some white man is yelling at her like, "Stop filming me." And the camera was nowhere near his visual. So she goes to tell the manager, and the manager is a bit of an asshole. And so they basically side with the person who was yelling at her, and it's like the gym membership is like $125. $125. I can go over here to Planet Fitness up here and get a membership for less than that.
Well, yeah, I was only paying $10 a month at Planet Fitness, but I mean that $10 a month adds up. If you have, I don't know how many stores they have across America. I'm assuming maybe 100 something gyms across America, and you have, I don't know, 300,000 members or whatever, and maybe 100,000 of those members canceled their membership within the last 2 weeks, including myself, because they don't feel safe because of your new policy. Yeah, that's gonna hit your pockets a little bit. I don't mind going down to the next gym, Lifetime Fitness, and paying $35 a month. Now, at least I'll feel somewhat secure and safe in the women's locker room.
No doubt. No freaking doubt. But that's just the type of world we live in. And again, it all has to do with spirit. The type of spirit that you put out there is the type of reaction you're going to get to. But let me get well, I got to go.
What you gotta do?
I ain't gotta do nothing. Not right now. It was sit back and look, because everybody's occupied, and I'm here in my office space. I just cleaned up a little bit in here.
Be so weird for me when I move to the West Coast. It's gonna be so weird for me to be like 3 hours behind.
Oh, where?
I know it's gonna take me. I know it's gonna take some getting used to.
No, where? You said West Coast, right? LA?
Heck no. California too damn expensive. It's between Nevada and Arizona.
Well, can I give my preference?
Sure.
You're better off in Nevada, because Arizona, once it gets heated up, they put that heat advisory on. Yeah, you're better off here. Because
that's what I've been told. So, and my parents are they have their eye on Nevada. So
cool, and they have the best. I'm telling you, we have the best steaks. Oh, plan. I haven't even tried this steak over here, but they have some
you
good
guys
steaks.
don't have the best steaks. We're known to have the best steaks. We're known for cattle and corn.
Hold on, Winnie now. Don't judge. Do not judge until you had our steaks.
I don't even eat beef, but I'll let my stepdad be the judge of that.
I mean, I don't eat that stuff. I'm just saying.
She said, "Hi, hun." Panel in chat.
Oh, who's that?
Mahogany.
Who's that? Who is this? Who is this? Who is this here?
I love that name, by the way, Mahogany.
Yeah, Mahogany keeps me grounded whenever I feel a certain way about a certain person who's spying on me right now. But anyway,
that means you're hot. You're hot in these streets. If people are spying on you.
No,
that means you got it going on.
Let me ask you a question. Let's say you got a boyfriend, right? You got a boyfriend. Why the fuck are you so concentrated on me? That's
because some people fantasize about other men that they can't have.
Blah.
She probably drinks about you every night, and she thinks about you. You know, she probably wishes you were her man instead of her man. God. You are crazy.
I'd rather dream of who's the girl that said, "And I say goodbye," and I'd rather dream of fucking Macy Gray.
But you're not having the dream, she is.
My point is, I'd rather have a dream of fucking Macy Gray 10,000 times.
Shout out to Macy Gray. She's dope. She's a dope artist.
I never said that she wasn't.
Her head off too.
Man,
she played that role in Training Day.
Played that one little role.
Hey, give her. She was in another movie too. She did a really good job. I can't think of the name of it. But she can act.
That's out the Mahogany. She puts it down.
Mahogany, I don't know who he's talking about. I was just giving my
You don't know Macy Gray?
No, I'm talking about the young lady you were saying that's been stalking you. I don't know.
That's I'm sorry. That's because
I don't know who
that name is no longer irrelevant in this.
Young B. Are you really a DJ, Shannon B?
Salute. Yeah, he's really a DJ. Yeah, definitely.
Oh, okay, dope.
Yep. He be fine.
I love the DJs who are currently mashing up different songs. Like, I love a good mashup. Like, that's what I live for. It just makes the original song so much better. And it puts a little spice in the DJ, you know, when they do their thing. He said, yes, retired 22 years. Really? So you don't DJ anymore?
Yeah, man, he don't want to play this whack ass music that they have nowadays.
Listen, I was listening to a DJ yesterday on Twitch. He was mashing up old school songs. You know, like the Aretha Franklin, the Diana Ross.
But I'm talking about this shit that even my daughter, she this is her fault, man. This is her fault. Like the Justin Biebers of the world. I hate Justin Bieber. I'm not supposed to say that word, but I hate the goddamn dude. I really do. I hate not Shania Twain. Who's that?
Oh, don't you say you hate Shania Twain. Shania Twain is
no, it's not Shania Twain. It's the other one. That was at the Super Bowl.
You talk about the girl that competes with Beyonce, Taylor Swift.
Yeah. Tyler Swift. King. What's wrong with this world that we live in? Good
now listen,
God.
I'm a 90s music person. I like all the 90s rock and roll. I like all the 90s R&B. I like all the 90s country music. This new stuff, not so much.
Go on, do your little segment, girl. Go on, do your little segment. I'll be there to listen to you. Don't worry. Again, it was like you can, and then this I'm gonna have to call my daughter in here because she put me up on so much fucking music.
How old is
so
your
much
daughter?
Music. Too damn old to be in this house. I'm just gonna put it that way. Leave it alone. She's damn near a teenager now. She's damn near a freaking teenager. So we gotta move out. We gotta move out.
They will keep you up to date on what's going on for sure.
Say that one more time.
I said the teenagers will definitely keep you up to date on what's going on for sure.
And she always does by text. Every time I'm at work, she always texts me. But every time I'm here, I'm let's just say I'm in my room, she's in hers. She always be texting me stupid stuff. Like, stop it. So
I mean, the simple fact that she's texting you like that lets me know that like you're the coolest dad. Cause most teenagers don't want nothing to do with their parents.
Yeah, that's what they all say until they turn 15, 16. Dad, can I drive to the store? I'm like, for what? Me and my cousin, we want to do X, Y, and Z. Can we drive here? Can we drive there? Like, sure, you can take your mom's car.
Oh, that's messed up. Why she can't take your car? Why she can't take your car?
Because she can't take my car. My car is laced. And I don't want her. She gets into one accident, I swear to before Almighty God, she gonna be answering to me. She can do whatever she wants, and besides, she likes
Oh, so
eating in
you
the
would
car.
rather for
And
her to mess up
her and her brother like eating in the car. What she does in her mom's car is her business. She ain't eating in my car. The only person that can eat and pass gas in my car is me. Yes, it's like that. Now, back to our regular scheduled program.
But she had to put up with 25 years worth of negativity and give up all of her dreams and all of that to support him. That tells me, along with the divorce statistics, along with the complaints that are all over the internet, all over the globe, same thing from women, that women have to put up with too much just to say I'm married, which don't benefit her. It benefits the male, of course.
So let me actually chime in here, because this is the thing I've
real quick. Like, hit, share, subscribe to the channel. Please become a member of the We-On-Loc Nation program, and I promise you, you will be safe. Safe is a big ass word, but you will be safe. You will not be humiliated. You will not be tarnished. You will be glorified. Well, God, I glorify God, but I mean in this sense. I'm not going to put your business out there on the street. I'm not going to ridicule you. I might yell at you a little bit, but on a disagreeable side. I'm not going to put your your tweets or, talk about your dead mother or your dead father or even your fucked up kids. I'm not going to talk about that. I'm not going to talk about that on here. Everything is straightforward, straight, honest, and straight to the truth, and everything is safe. And we compliment each other over here. We say hi to each other over here. Sorry if I'm in my rant bag. I mean, Miss Nebraska, she good. Agony, she good. Shannon, he good. Everybody good. Everybody good over here. And I will also refer you to, definitely, and Clowny Brownie. She changes her name dozens of times. Go represent Mahogany, and definitely represent Clowny. Go ahead and rep that channel. That channel is off the hook. Clowny was dressing all to the nine last night. I was about to text, where the hell are you going? Looking like that. And definitely say my newest people's up here, Ellen. And I also want to get a small rant, and I also want to say the reason why my new peoples don't often come around is for the simple fact that I'm still dealing with all this nonsense. That's, a certain sector that I won't mention. I said to myself, it's time for me to move on to another adventure. And I often say this, if this doesn't work, then I'm planning on retiring. Either retiring my name or retiring from YouTube, period. Because I have so much shit to deal with in my life.
Retiring, sir. Stop talking.
I am retiring, goddammit.
No, you're not.
I am retiring. I'm taking my ball and I'm heading home. But things just, I'm gonna see where this goes. Okay. This is a year of saying, okay, let's just switch some things around. If this works, it works. If not, then we just need to move forward. But I just thought I'd just get that little rant before we move forward.
I've noticed too, especially just, you know, really being a student studying, listening to, talking to tons of married men and women. You know, the reality is, I don't think a relationship, a lifelong relationship with any one person is going to be easy. The funny thing is, I actually just ran into this one young lady who actually experimentally for like the last 6 years of her life, she committed had a relationship with another woman because the relationships with men were so bad that she actually just said she opted out altogether, and she actually started dating a young woman. In that relationship, she was with a more like a more masculine version of a young lady, and so, you know, in the height of it, the young lady actually put her hands on her. Like, she was really in that relationship, getting her, like, her ass whooped in that relationship. And I was just so curious about the entire dynamic. Like, I'm really having a really good conversation with her, but like, yo, how did this work? And what was going on here? What was going on here? And, you know, the reality is that she was like, yo, Ty, like, I realized, like, with what I've been through with the men, and even with this young lady I dated, which was the second one that she had in that experience, she was like, it's crazy. I was having similar experiences with men and women, and it was because who I was at that point. And I can't imagine that anybody trying to figure out a lifelong partnership with somebody, there's going to be this non-turmoiled, easy path of making it happen. And it's just specifically a man that's making this long-term relationship difficult versus just that the fact really is that long-term relationships are difficult. So that the thing I think is really dangerous rhetoric, though. I really think it's dangerous to consider ripping apart the household and put us in a situation now where we incentivize men and women not to raise our kids together under one roof. And I really don't, and using the worst examples of men at the forefront of why we should justify really doing so. I think that's really dangerous.
Also, statistically, because
hold on, wait, and I want Tim hasn't. I want Tim to talk here. So Tim, what's your thoughts?
So what I would like to know, because we could go circles around this, and I'm down to go circles because I'm Eastern philosophical thinker, so we can spiral down. But what I would love to hear from you is the ideal state. I think that would be a more fascinating landscape to kind of draw out for people, because we can talk about the differences between, you know, what you're saying and how we thinking, but what does it ideally look like for you? What does the ideal woman look like for you, and the ideal man, if there's even one within that construct? And then what does the family look like if both of those ideals from your teachings and your philosophy are actually manifested and realized?
All right. So
is that a bad question?
No, it's great. Okay. So let's take it. All of my points of view always come from a scientific point of view. So we all can understand that oil and water don't mix, right?
Correct.
So no matter how much you put oil and water and stir, it ain't never gonna mix. Okay. The differences between male and female is oil and water. Okay. And so the moment that you try to put them together in this, you're going to create issues that will never end. Okay. So what Tyshawn was saying, this is why it is ever important to understand root cause analysis in order to get to a place where you can fix a problem. We can talk about the effect all day. We can analyze people's behavior as the effect all day. That ain't gonna do nothing, because the issue comes in the biological and neurological differences between male and female, period. Then you have the next issue, which is a philosophical issue, right? When you are dealing with people who are running on a faulty program, number one, on a faulty program, but number one, the main thing is this: when you take women and you induct them into an environment that is not conducive to their nature. Okay.
So don't forget the question too, by the way.
No, I am.
Okay.
No, but I have to be able to line this out so you understand why things are the way they are, right? Because if you never get the why behind anything, everything you say is just opinion based at that point. And we can do the opinion stuff back and forth. I'm actually about finding solutions to real problems because I see the world's problem ever so clearly. Men and women are different. You ain't never going to make them the same. Okay. So the problem, number one, is women's environments that are conducive to women's nature and how they function have been totally eliminated. And they have been inducted into a male pecking order, a hierarchy that changes the nature,
patriarchy, basically,
of the female psychology, which screws her up, as you can clearly see it in the world. Women are not behaving in the quote unquote ideal way that men think they should behave. There's a reason for that, okay? In order to fix the female and male psychology, there has to be a healthy separation between the two. There has to be two different environments that are conducive for both parties to function properly. So, male pecking orders will never go away. In every kingdom, you see that this is how the male functions. How does the male function? The male has to be dominant over other males to be able to instill a level of fear into that male child or male to get him to behave in a certain way. If the male does not have any controls on his behavior, what has happened in society is they have put all of the controls on women. They haven't put any on males.
What do you think so far? Because I'm thinking I'll let you go first because I'm trying to put the two and two together, because what I thought she was going to say was the male has to, because they always talk about leadership. They always talk about leadership all the time. And in that leadership, a leader is supposed to instruct the follower, correct? Mm-hmm. So if you have a leader that is certified and glorified and having all these followers follow him or her, then that gives him license to go after the female and put rules and regulations on her. Am I off?
No.
Does that make any sense? Well,
yeah, that makes a lot of
okay. If that makes sense, we'll come back to this in a minute. Okay, what I was playing earlier. Now, does this make any? Is this connected? Does this make any sense at all? Hold on, let me go back a few.
I want you to do this shit for me. I want you to, and then I respect it. If I do it anyway, this nigga aggressive. Ever.
That's how the world works. I understand that.
So that's what I'm saying. So no, I don't even want to put myself. No. If I offer, I've done my due diligence. That's it. That's all I have to do. If I offer, you turn it down, and that's what men are doing. Like Angry Man said, we're respecting their boundaries. You can't tell me, hey, I don't want you to do this shit for me. I don't want you to do it. And then I respect it. If I do it anyway, this nigga aggressive. So he came up on me, and I said I didn't want him around me. So that's why I called the police. Now what I'm saying, some whole other shit end up unfolding because of I was so committed to my duty.
I understand.
It's just not working.
you literally
you have to actually offer it for her to turn it down. And what y'all are saying is that y'all not even offering in the first place.
We're just doing it.
Again, he has the world changed. For example, when I was a kid and a woman came with a bag, a stranger, she was carrying heavy bags. I would just say, "Hey, lady, do you want help?" I would help her. She would open the door. "Hey, here's some soda. Thank you." Like the world is not that anymore. People are scared of each other. If I approach a woman, "Can I carry your bags?" She's going to have an adverse reaction because that's the world that we live on for the most part. Oh my God, you guys don't even.
Y'all are really capping right now, like for real. Y'all are capping. So every woman y'all try to help is calling the police on y'all and acting like y'all are creepers and weirdos. That's what y'all are saying. What's the likelihood of that happening? It's not likely.
It's not every woman.
It's not even that. It's not even that prevalent. So it's not every woman. It's not every woman, but every other woman after that one chick didn't say thank you after you opened the door. Now every other woman has to pay for that one woman. So you don't have any standards. Your standards is based off of that one chick you had a bad experience with.
Oh, and again, y'all talking about one. Hold on, stop.
Y'all standards are shiftless and they're on quicksand.
I'm gonna say it again.
Y'all standards are sand dunes, like for real.
Several. You not looking here.
Wait, hold on, fantastic. No, what the problem is?
So how many? So no matter how many times somebody did not say thank you after my husband opened the door or whatever for a random female, now he's supposed to not open the door for every other female because his standards is based on some other random bitch. Are y'all serious right now? His standards are his standards. It don't matter what. It don't matter what no other female did that didn't say thank you for opening up the door. He's still gonna open up the door because that is his principle.
And that's why you shouldn't do that shit.
Christ, can y'all hear me?
For what?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine. She just
y'all hear me. See what the problem is y'all a bunch of unruly, non-ladylike fucking women, but you still want to be treated as such. That's the goddamn problem.
No, the women who are ladylike would like to be treated as such.
Right now.
So
I
was talking and you were talking over me, so I kept talking because I was talking first.
No,
we started talking when you finished. You had finished, and I started talking, and you started talking over me.
Well, I was talking over Fantastic because I didn't hear you because me and Fantastic.
Callie, you made your point. Go ahead, let him respond real quick.
Jesus Christ, it's crazy because y'all want men to treat you the way they did when you had to act like a lady. But now y'all don't act like ladies. Y'all act like niggas. It's just like that fucking clip the dude had. Y'all act like pirates. Y'all don't got there's no lady-like nothing in you in this day and age. Whenever dudes come across a woman that genuinely acts like a lady, dudes are shocked. We're surprised. We're like, oh my God, she actually acts like a lady. Y'all act like niggas. And then get mad when we treat you like niggas.
Case in point. Hold on.
So okay, so the random chick
here,
that's
right now. Yep.
Public service announcement. You can get this for $5.99. A case of Act Right. You can get this in any Walmart store for $5.99.
My question is, Black women, why do we subject ourselves to foolishness?
No. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. I'm a man. I can take it. The question you really want to say, why do we subject ourselves to these men? Say it.
No, I'm saying this particular foolishness because all men are not that ignorant like they are. I can't put all men in that category because a bunch of doofies on YouTube that call themselves Angry Man and whoever else was on the panel. That would be ignorant of me to do that. It's alarming to me from a psychological standpoint that Black women, subject themselves to abuse. Like your Kevin Samuels, it was majority of Black women that got on his platform to be, verbally assaulted and abused by him. And I'm like, why are y'all entertaining people who are like that? Like, go where you're tolerated.
Well,
I mean, go where you're celebrated. I'm sorry. Go where you're celebrated, not tolerated.
Well, to be fair, there were a couple of clips. Well, he wasn't just talking about the men. He was talking about the women and talking about the women that it made him the most money. Because when you're talking about men always often say, why is it always all on us? You don't want responsibility. You don't want accountability. That's why.
Well, let's be clear. It's only a certain group of men who does this, okay? I don't see men who run 500 Fortune companies. I don't see men who are millionaires on a panel arguing about who's a leader and who's not. So it's only a certain pocket, a group of men who are doing this. And I'm being really nice just calling them men. I'll just say males.
Wow. You don't have to be nice. Just because I'm here, go ahead. Say what you need to say.
Yeah, I'll call them males instead.
I mean, I will call them ignorant bastards. Well, that's the old me. I mean, just like they're ignorant bastards, they're old big ass gorilla looking bitches. So I don't. You gotta tell the truth. You gotta tell the Oshby-gosh truth. Because there's a man. It's just like it's like you weighing like 250 pounds and you're 5'7". And there's a gym instructor, and he criticizes you. He criticizes you, he chastises you, and once you hit them bell, he's gonna chastise you and criticize you some more. And then when he sees you making progress, then all that chastising, it turns into keep it up, keep going. It's gonna turn into some with the encouragement. He's going to encourage you, and it goes from encouragement to now we're making progress. Now we keep it up, keep going, get them pounds off of you. Now we got lazy sugar. It's like, come on, you're pathetic. You're freaking. You don't want to do it. You calling me names? Yeah. You got some lazy, shiftless niggas here now. No, I'm sorry. Let me take that back. You got lazy, senseless, sensitive. You got Ralph Transman up in this bit. You need a man with sensitivity. You got some caking ass niggas. You got Pop-Tart ass niggas. Damn it, man. I mean, you just as soft as Boy George up in this mother.
Shannon said, "Yep."
Anybody who knows Boy George, he's soft. But I bet he'll whoop everybody. I've never seen this much sensitive in my life. Just a bunch of crybabies. For what? You cheated PlayStation. Now I can visualize Angry Man. Yeah, let me get my favorite team. When he playing like NFL or NBA 2K and he loses, you fucking cheat. You cheated PlayStation. Sensitive ass nigga. Jesus Christ. And it's your fault. It's the women's fault.
Exactly, Shannon. a lot of crybabies.
What crybaby is?
Case in point, right here, right now, and I have an ultimate counter for this. So if we can't do this by telling you several women did something right, women should have the same thing when they get abused, be it physically, be it sexually, whatever.
That was my point.
Never ever have them. That woman should not be able to have fear in all fucking men over one incident. Would you ever?
That is true. That is absolutely true.
You would never fucking say that shit in your fucking life. Now you capping.
Wait, did she understand?
That is completely not cap for me. That is absolutely true.
Wait, because we need a solid response to that. Say it one more time.
I said that according to her, if I can't say that several women were either ungrateful, disrespectful, or whatever for me doing something courteous, we have to be able to do it the same way. When a woman is abused by a man, be it physically or sexually, she should not be able to treat all men as dangerous.
Absolutely true. She should not, because you don't take your.
And you would never say that shit to a woman. So hold on. So
now you're gonna tell me I'm gonna say to another woman. No, you are not gonna say what I would say to another woman. Absolutely not.
Yo, you gotta do a better job of this.
Prove my fucking point.
This part right here.
No, I didn't.
So, Callie, quick question. So she's sexually traumatized by a man, right?
Mm-hmm.
And her perception of men changes. Is that far-fetched? Is it reasonable?
No, it's not reasonable. It's not. Because you don't take your one experience and castigate that across a whole population of people.
Okay. Wait, hold on, Francis. But here's the problem. Here's the difference, right? Here's the difference. Whenever a freaking woman does something, in quite a few women do it, and then the men start treating the women a certain way because those few women did it, right? We're wrong for that, right? But guess what? On the flip side, what Fantastic is talking about, whenever a small percentage of men do something, not only do all men get blamed for it, they literally pass laws that now affect all of us men. We've been.
It goes to the laws. The laws, the laws, the laws, the laws, the laws.
What law does it fumigate you ingrate assholes? What law? I would like to know. Do you know what law they're talking about?
He can't even cite one law, let alone spell law.
Oh, I think he means the court system. Oh, yes, the court system. Even though 65% of men win their court battles. I mean, yikes. But then I get in off to say, show the facts. Show the cat facts. We're fucking in trouble. You know what? Listen, ladies and gentlemen, listen. For those of you in here, I encourage you to move to Dubai. We gonna take 10 years and save up this money.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So why are you encouraging us to move to Dubai? Not what about a country in Africa?
Do you see how beautiful? Well, for one, isn't Dubai in Africa?
No, sir, it's not.
Damn it! Well, fuck it, I want to move there anyway. You know why? I look. You gotta see it for yourself. I'm telling you. I encourage everybody to at least take a vacation trip to Dubai. Oh, of course, they got their rules and their regulations or whatever, but who cares? They got everything you need there. Everything. And one of them is peace. Everything is peaceful. And those houses, never mind. I don't even want to get into that. It's just, have you driven a Bugatti before?
Nah.
Okay, I've driven a Porsche. Those Porsches, oh, God, they're off the chain. I've driven around the corner in speeds that, well, I didn't drive that fast, but I took that Porsche around the corner. I was going to say Bugatti, but Bugatti is like, you ain't never gonna touch a Bugatti. Bugatti can go anywhere from 1 million to the largest one was like $10 million, but you can get one for like 1.6 million. That dim sum bitches, oh, the houses, the sand, the beaches. This dude, he rode on a, you know how like surfers or whatever, they glide and they have the boat drags them on a rope, right? And they're on a surfboard. This dude had a motor surfboard. A motor surfboard. Which means you don't have to have a boat. You could just glide on that.
Put it this way. I'll come visit you and your wife in Dubai, but I'm moving to a country in Africa.
I'll be there. I mean, it all depends on where you're going in Africa, because I'm going to Ghana. But I'm
not sure which country I want to move to in Africa when I retire. I still have a lot of traveling to do around the continent to make my decision.
You want to know the truth? I've never been anywhere outside the United States.
Well, you're going to have to change that.
I wish I could.
What do you mean you wish? You can.
I can, and having the wherewithal means is just two different things. I mean, unless somebody posts me a cash app of $10,000.
I'm pretty sure your stalker would do it.
Shit, she owed me money. Anyway, I ain't gonna even get into that. Let's get it. I'm not getting into that. Let's just PK. Who's this? PK. Oh, greetings, PK love. How are you?
Hey, keep KP.
How are you? Okay, let's get back to this Priscilla thing. Oh, but did that even make any? Well, let me just ask you this from this perspective: is she right thus far? Is she right? Or
I already told you my answer earlier.
Well, I'm playing two different. Clips. That's why. So it's still the same.
You're playing the same clip that we've been watching.
No. Remember the clip about the woman getting her ass beat?
Yeah.
Okay, and then of course I just played the second one where they're arguing over who, when a man opens a door, he doesn't get acknowledged. That's the second one, which just sounds so damn ridiculous in and of itself. But anyway, that was the second one. When I play this third one, well, I'll just tell you. I'm sure you heard about the two twins that got brutally, well, one was brutally murdered. The other one is in critical condition. The guy came into a store in New York, somewhere in New York, and was trying to get this girl's number. She refused. He got upset. The owner ended up kicking them out the store. It waited for a while, then they ended up leaving, and the next thing you know, she got stabbed. The 19-year-old gets stabbed, and the other one gets stabbed in the arm. I don't know if it hit an artery or not, but for those who don't know, just because it could be a small knife or a big knife, the smallest knife can hit an artery and you could die. The one that got stabbed first, she got stabbed in the neck and in the chest. She's dead. The other one's in the hospital. So again, I asked this of all people. Do you think I say this for a reason, right? But we don't all have to come to a conclusion that every man, because this is only a small majority of men acting the way they act due to trauma, due to men not being in the home, etc., etc. Same thing with the women. The woman, it's a small amount of women who don't have their father in the home, don't have the mom's hating on them because she might look prettier than her, and that's why you see these moms just go crazy on the BBL type thing. They go absolutely nuts. It's like, I can't have my daughter shine. I'm like, why? If my son I strive to have my son look better than me. It's his turn. Let's see how many women let's see how much
I know lately that a lot of these mothers are like get caught sleeping with their daughter's boyfriends and stuff. I'm like, what the hell is going on?
I think you should have an influence on your babies. You should. And you should encourage them
with their
boyfriends.
But not sleeping with their boyfriends, though.
Oh, no. We ain't gonna get into that. No. Because I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that. I don't believe that the mother sleeps with her daughter's boyfriend. What type of sense does that make? What is that? If that would be like me that would be me having sex with my son's girlfriend.
Exactly.
I'm not human after that. I went to the lowest of the lows. This don't make no sense.
I agree. I don't care.
This is the reason why.
I don't care if you're 16 years older than your daughter or not. That's your child. You should not be sleeping with your child's boyfriends.
Correct. You shouldn't be doing anything but other than I'll tell homeboy, bring my daughter back 11 o'clock. Not 11:01, not 11:05. Or else I'm in the car with my mechanic and me and you gonna have a different conversation. That doesn't happen anymore. It's happening in my house.
Which is rare.
I don't believe that.
It is rare.
Call me naive. I don't believe in it. I don't.
Male has been allowed to freely reign and move and decide if he wants to control himself or not. He shouldn't have the ability to make that decision. He should be controlled. So men need to be in environments that allow them to function how they were designed to function, which is to be in a pecking order, controlling and governing other males. The messed up philosophy for the male is he believes that his nature is to control women. So Society has given every male a woman and say you control her as opposed to controlling yourself and other men. So now you got a bunch of men running crazy, not controlling themselves, looking for women to control. That ain't how that's supposed to go. Men are supposed to control men, and women are supposed to be functioning in a collective environment where they help each other with the children, help each other teach, and all of that. And the education.
Pardon my interruption. Wouldn't I'm just curious. I see everything in pictures.
Mhm.
So minus children though,
Mhm.
how are women, if men are supposed to control other men, and
Mhm.
that's gonna kind of, I guess, self-regulate them
Mhm.
because this is the way they're wired. What is the manifestation for the woman aside from the men,
in terms,
and aside from babies?
in terms of what? In terms, because you're asking specifically for a question, because at the end of the day, the feminine, the woman's brain
Mhm.
has the ability to communicate between both hemispheres,
Mhm.
create plans.
Mhm.
She has the ability to communicate at a high level,
Mhm.
right? It's all a creative leadership energy.
Okay.
So when you talk about women, they should be free, right,
Okay.
to create, right?
Okay.
They should be free to create. And what happens is this, which is the head, and this, which is the doer, this submits to this and takes instruction to be able to lead his life in the right direction. The male doesn't tend to have any direction on his own. He needs somebody to give him direction. So typically that initially starts with a male governing him.
Mm-hmm.
Once he begins to learn how to self-govern and self-regulate and have a direction, he can then team up with a woman whom he has respect for, who he does not think he's supposed to control, and then they can work together as partners. But
okay, two things can be true at one time, and then two things cannot be true. Number one, of course, there's a reason why there's laws here in the United States of America. There's laws everywhere, right? Pretty much. In that they are keeping men under control due to their humorous nature. That part I got. However, when it comes to certain men, and it's not it's a majority of men who don't have to deal with all that madness, don't have to deal with certain circumstances. It's different households is what I'm saying. Different households deal with their children differently. Different parents, I mean. But we don't know the majority. We don't know the majority. We don't know the minority of people who are treating their kids treating their kids a white way, treating their kids like pieces of trash. We don't know the specific number. So what she is saying is quite miss me. But at the same time, some things can be true, that there are some knuckleheads out here. Yes, there are knuckleheads. Yes, there are people who mistreat women. There are women who mistreat men. I'm just gonna say it's part of the 1%. I'm just gonna give it to you that way. She said earlier that it's 57% of people that, or what she say, 97% are people that are in divorce. That number is misconstrued. I would say 44% of marriages end up in divorce. Why? Because of finances. It's not just cheating. It's finances. Because if you're not making this, this, and this, you know what I'm saying? Is it highly likely that I'm going to leave you? Yes. Do you do it? No. I mean, are you going to leave somebody who makes more that makes less than $44,000 a year?
Who, me?
Yeah, you. No, I was talking to KP.
Yes, you. You're the only one up here.
I don't think I would be able to marry somebody who makes under 30,000 a year. You said 30,000?
No, I said 40.
Oh, under
44,000. Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
It depends on where
What
we
is
live.
so you? Well, you know, what if you was working McDonald's for all that time? Would you date? This is the dumbass question. Would you date somebody that was working at McDonald's?
If he was the manager or the owner, yeah.
See, that's what I mean. Man, ain't you? What difference does it make? I mean, if you making money, but the only thing I ask is increase your skill set. That's the only thing I would say. Increase your skill set because I know you can do better. Because when I'm gonna increase mine. You need to increase yours as well. Is that fair? Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's fair.
Because we don't want to get stuck at one level. We want to see how far we can go at each and every single level, right? Even if it means we have to go to school for 2-4 years. I mean, we're gonna have to do what we gotta do. You know what I'm saying? But let me get back to this.
Until that happens, women do not need to lower the bar to give males access with the intent of trying to save him from himself. If he can't save himself, she don't need to be trying to help him. That's his job, because the nature of the male is survival of the fittest, and he either sinks or he swims. That's just the male's life. The male don't want women to not think that she ain't supposed to save him, because if she stops thinking that, the woman ain't gonna get his dude no access. She's not going to see, he's got potential, creating all these delusions in her head that he is never gonna live up to.
Okay. So did you get the original? Did we get the original question answered? Because I think the original question was to get the ideal man and the ideal woman. I don't think we ever answered that question.
No. She cooking. She cooking. I'm tracking.
Okay.
I'm very confused. So I got a question. So you saying in this society, men are just to themselves, they only operate with men, and women are only operating with
women? Nebraska, you get the point. You get the point that she's making, or you get all that, because we could just move forward. We could just
I get it.
Okay, we could just skip to that all that nonsense.
Okay,
that's the ideal situation.
Terms of sacred geometry. Are y'all familiar with sacred? Very new, coming to you from left field, from something that you're to root cause analysis, and then we analyze
kind of balance. You need the discipline and the structure that men bring. You need the nurturing that the woman brings, and all in one place. So I don't understand how having all women in one place and all men in one place will be healthy. And last thing I'll say also.
Hold tight, brother. We want to, because you got a lot of questions, so we want to answer this real quick.
I want to kind of get through. You want to actually? It's gonna be hard to make it through and actually answer questions on each one.
Can we just stick with this? Are you cool with that, Jay? When we just stick with that?
I want to say one thing. This is one thing too. If you're going to use that for the nuclear family, like that concept of splitting them up, shouldn't we do that for everything? Like when it comes to race, when it comes to sex, and all that. Like why just stop at sex? But that's all I'll say. I'll put that in.
Okay.
Wait. Huh?
Hold on. My headphones.
Hold up. I'm confused. What? Okay. When I say the word separation, I mean separate from yourselves. Separate male from female. I didn't say anything about sex or none of that shit. But you separate yourselves mentally, physically, spiritually, psychologically. You're already psychologically damaged. Yes or no?
Definitely yes.
Huh?
You talking about from her standpoint?
I'm talking, okay, put her to the side. Are we psychologically damaged? Yes or no?
Yes, most of us are.
Okay. Are we morally damaged? Yes or no?
I would say yes.
Okay. So how do you get back to a place when you're psychologically, morally damaged? You separate yourselves just like you would do in a marriage or in, in a relationship. And to get back to that place that you started from and try to find yourself morally, physically, morally, mentally, psychologically. It makes sense in that case because I lost some point. Put it this way: if you end up in another situation, what makes you think you're going to be clear of all the baggage that you bring, which you're not? You're going to end up bringing more of your baggage, more of your insensitivities to another relationship. The moment he or she does something wrong, you are going to blow up at him or her. Am I off base?
Yeah, you're on base.
Okay. So my words remain final, which means in order for us to come together, right? Because again, this is not just about us. I mean, true, the white man had separated us from all this and all this and all this. We know all that. White supremacy is global. White supremacy doesn't want us black families together. We know that. But we end up putting ourselves in a situation where the hole is already dug up. We just dig even deeper. It's like 6 feet. We're at 16 feet.
Yeah.
And certain things need to change.
I agree.
Just saying.
When I hear, check this out.
Men cannot actually live alone without experiencing pain. So there is a vested interest in men saying that they want to be with women in the same house. Because we've all casted Jesus Christ.
Or no. As a matter of fact, I'm about to bring the next person I'm gonna bring up here. It looks like B Taylor TV. We're gonna bring you up. Yeah, she is over
B.
here
Taylor,
celebrating. What's up, B Taylor? You got to take your mic off mute.
Oh, okay. I got it off mute.
There you go. What's up, B Taylor?
What up?
I just want to say hi, Priscilla. Hey, baby girl. I have two things I want to say because you guys talked about one of you guys. First of all, I feel like
wait. Look.
Hey, shout out to you. I see her always. She's over there taking notes too in the back.
Let's do. I know you got the notes and I know you're ready, but just focus.
Only
right. Let's talk about the nuclear family, though. Let's talk about the nuclear family. Do we need the nuclear family? Yes or no?
I didn't come up here to answer that, but
listen.
I can.
B Taylor, give it to us. Yes or no?
No.
Wow.
You don't sound. You definitely didn't look confident saying that, but
no.
Just quickly give me your thoughts. Why not?
Because until we fix the problem with the family dynamic where women are, the domestic violence rate is way too high. The divorce rate is way too high. Women are suffering in marriages. And there's a lot of women who have spoken out, who's been married for decades, who are not male-centered. It seems like a lot of women do have to sacrifice a lot. Not only are we going through postpartum depression, dealing with the children, catering to a man, on top of that, under this system, I don't think that it's working, and it has not been working. And a lot of women have been suffering for a very long time. So I think Priscilla is, waking up women.
B-Teller, look, thank you so much for your thoughts. As a matter of fact, my last question to you is, are you currently dating men at this point?
No.
Okay, I got you. And that's not you totally have pulled out until we get this together. Is that what it is?
No. I'm not dating men.
You know what? I often said this was going to be true. I often said this was going to happen. I said it was going to happen, and I said it because, and I told her this a long time ago. I said, just if I have no problems with you, if you're not dating men or not, or rumor has it you were dating Prince Ella. Who knows? Who cares? Just be careful, because correct me if I'm wrong, women don't get along too much with other women, correct?
That's a very broad general statement that I can't answer because I don't know all women.
Okay, I'm gonna let you get away with that because you know perfectly good goddamn well. But anyway, you know who get. You know why? Because I got a sister. I got a sister-in-law that she doesn't get along. She dates women. She don't get along with women too much. So I know it's true. I was just thought I asked you. But you can run. You can run from it. You can run. No, so that's cool.
I'm not running. I'm not running at all.
Yeah. I know.
Well, you know,
but here's the thing. What I'm saying is this: you're asking women to function a certain way with the male program in her mind. Okay, so if you want women, if the key is to fix the world. Because we could have a pissing match going back and forth with no resolution. Either we're trying to fix the world or we're trying to patch it up to keep people dysfunctionally happy with what they're familiar with. I'm not trying to keep things.
Oh, by the way, do you have a moderator? Do you have a moderator or standard stick?
A what?
Do you have a moderator stick or a standard one? Which one did I give you? Or do you know?
I don't know what you're talking about.
When I gave you a ranch woman, which one did I give you?
Oh, let's see.
Which one did I give you?
It's a ranch.
Well, either way. Give me a few minutes. I gotta use the tinkle. I'll be right back.
Things with what people are familiar with, because the philosophies that are governing this world, if you look at it on a global scale, you can see all of the dysfunction, you can see all of the child trafficking, you can see all of the sex trafficking, you can see all of the dysfunction in this world, which comes by way of the nature of the male, which all of the economic philosophies come out of. Capitalism comes out of the nature of males, which is about hoarding resources and competition and dominating the small guy. This is what this is based on. So either we're trying to fix the world or we just trying to keep things the same.
I just had a revelation.
Okay, cool. Let's talk to Tim. Let's talk to Tim right now. We're gonna let Pastor Tim hop up on the mic real quick. What's the revelation?
I just had a whole revelation.
What's that?
And I gotta give you credit. Because you have allowed my brain to completely unlock. Niggas is broke, right? This is the premise of the whole conversation. Is niggas is broken. They're 180 triangle lopsided niggas. They ain't whole. The women are whole. The men are not whole. The men need a man to set the pecking order so that they can be controlled by a man. And once controlled by that man, they find their North Star and then they can be the man they actually need to be, then and only then should they come into some connection with a woman.
Correct, because they will not do it. They will destroy anything that they touch if they are not constructed the right way.
Dap me up.
Okay, so hold on.
No. Let me cook.
Let him cook.
I gotta cook.
Let him cook.
Because I know who that man is.
Who's the man?
It's Yeshua. That's why he was born male.
Well,
based on what you're saying,
he was
the reason why he was born male
to talk to men,
to fix those men,
correct,
point them to their true North Star, and that way they know how to interact with a woman. And maybe this is why he is the man and the savior, so that he could have one true bride, who happens to be at this point confessions, not lifestyle, confessions, around 2 billion people. Perhaps it is that man, Jesus, the Christ, in a male body, born into this world, taking male disciples so that he could fix that 180 and ensure that they have the truest pecking order, that he is the firstborn amongst our brethren. He is Alpha and Omega, beginning in the end, the first and the last. This is the epiphany I'm having. One of the reasons why it was important for me to sit down with you is because, and the thing I told you off air before we even got on is, I know we said we about to debate. You know, that was the come see that, right? But debates don't allow people to finish their sentence, which is why when I get passionate about something, I always say, pardon the interruption. And if you said, let me continue, I would have let you. There's probably some people complaining that you talk too long, but I'm glad you're getting all your philosophy out. Getting interrupted does not value you, that devalues you. And I hope you haven't felt that from me.
No, I haven't.
Okay.
No.
But I am 10 toes down in this book, right? And to what you are saying, here is my heart and my passion right now. Girl, you so close to the kingdom. Ooh! You real close. You really close to the kingdom. And I feel like the philosophies that you have been metabolizing and that you are sharing is this attempt coming from a woman who sees the brokenness and really wants to fix. That's what I feel.
Yeah, that's what I'm here for.
You know what I'm saying? And so I feel like where it will never be complete is if it comes out of context of scripture. That's where I don't feel like it's going to be complete. I think you're going to help a lot of women.
Which is who I'm trying to help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't believe that gives us the reconciliation that I see in Genesis chapter number 2. I see God speaking to a man and a woman and giving them a commandment that needs, you said that there's a difference between, you said something about partnership and another thing you said there
relationship.
There's a difference between relationship and partnership. I said that the statement man should not, it's not good that a man should be alone is not a marriage statement, it's a statement. You see between relationship and partnership. I do believe there's a partnership between the man and the woman. I do believe that the Hebrew word for help me is not this, because if you don't read the text right, then you won't get the revelation correctly, right? So I do believe a lot of people want that help meet that is just subservient and cook my meal and let it be hot when I get home and raise these kids and do these dishes and I'm gonna go out and work and I'm the hunter gatherer and you are the nurturer, whatever. But that word in Hebrew has nothing to do with like this docile help meet. This is a warrior,
a rescuer.
This is a rescuer. This is a redeemer. God is actually called the same word as a helpmeet later for Israel. So this already demystifies at the origin of scripture what most people have built their religion on. a woman who is disempowered and devalued and looked at as property as opposed to being the completion of a man.
Okay. All right. And so
Woo! Woo! Oh. He was dropping jewels, wasn't he?
So he thought.
What? Why you hating?
Some stuff he
Well,
was
okay.
saying.
What did he say? What did he say that was?
I don't remember everything he said, but some stuff that he was saying, yeah, it has context truth to it.
Okay. Listen, help me. When she often talks about there are no helpmates when it comes to a man is supposed to help around the house. Yes, that is a correct statement. A man is supposed to help around the house. As a matter of fact, we're supposed to help each other. If I said I'm going to clean up the living room, you'll clean up the bathroom or clean up the children's room. I'll cook, or I clean, you cook. I do the laundry and I'll wash and dry. You fold the clothes. That's this. If that's not helping, if that's not a helpmate, I don't know what is. If we're gonna go half on a bill, we're gonna go half on a bill. We're doing things to sustain our lives, not everybody else.
Right.
I can care less about what this person or that person down the street is doing, whatever. So I can care less about that. But let me continue.
So, I agree with most of what you said here. The problem comes in because this is where I say that men are designed for relationships. Because when you are incomplete and you're not whole, what happens is you seek from somebody else the piece that you're missing. And since men base their approach to women on visual processing, they don't really see women for who they are as whole beings. They see them for what they're sexually attracted to and what they want to mold and shape her into being for what he specifically needs for his void, which ends up cutting the woman down from her true self to be somewhat of a slave for this male. And the moment that she changes or stops being who he wanted her to be or needed her to be, she becomes valueless to him. And that's inevitably going to happen when one has to be cut down, and then he begins to suck the life out of her and doesn't replenish what he's taken. So she inevitably begins to change. Okay, so this is the part with the male not being whole within himself. So this is where relationships happen. So when you look at the definition of relationship versus partnership, there are actually two distinct definitions. The definition of relationship is basically how two or more things, items, or people are connected. Mm-hmm. Partnership is just two people or two or more people enjoying the same activities together. That's a totally different definition, because in relationship, what the key word is connected. When you create a relationship, you basically attach a cord. It's like an invisible cord from one person to another. And through the scientific term of diffusion, basically diffusion in chemistry is energy that's moving from a higher concentration to a lower concentration with the intent to maintain homeostasis. Well, when a person who is not whole gets with a person who has more wholeness or more energy in them, and they build a relationship, what they do is connect this invisible cord, and then the energy begins to siphon from the higher concentrated area to the lower concentrated area. Well, here's the problem with that. The male is literally like a bottomless pit. it's like the more you give him, the more he takes. It's like it's never enough, right? It's never enough. So when it gets to the point where it's never enough, now we're speaking, I'm one woman with 3 men up here, right? So women say these things, right? They say these things, but men don't hear them because men are focused.
Is she off pace, or is she actually? I mean, I just feel it's bashing. I might be wrong. I'll say this much. Yeah, she has been through a lot, and it's gotten to the point where she is completely numb. I said this to her before. She is completely numb to all of what, not only psychologically but mentally, what has happened to her. And so it's more like a big, screw you. I'm going to help, I'm going to help those who have been through the same situation as me. But luckily for her, she has not completely and totally turned that corner all the way. I mean, she has convinced B. Taylor. She's convinced B. Taylor because B. Taylor has been through similar situations.
On their own point of view and not the women's point of view. So women end up giving. Even Ryan himself said it maybe a couple years ago. I don't know when he did this.
Couple years ago.
Yeah, I don't know when you say it. I don't know.
A couple years ago. I'm wholesome now. I changed. I've grown.
They asked him specifically, how's your dating life been now that you date younger women with really no experience? Oh, it's been great because they don't have a lot of bad experience, so they give you more grace. They give you more grace to what? Mess up, right? And so what happens is a lot of these guys get with women with the intent to fuck up just so that they can do it without any repercussions, right?
No. I will say, I want to
pause right there.
I will say that was an assumption with the intent because my intent was never stated. So I think that's an assumption you make. I know you said you wanted to stick to statistics, right?
So
facts. So I just want to make sure we don't.
Okay, cool. So let me do this because a lot of what you describe, again, we use this version of this broken man in every example. Can a man be whole? Like, can a man be at a point where he's ready for a woman? Do you believe that a man can ever get to that point where he's healthy enough to be in a healthy relationship with a woman?
Well, the question then becomes, is there a man outside of the 41 Shades of Men, because that's a book that I wrote, that is not of the 41 Shades?
Yes, his name's Yeshua.
So well, guess what? Yeshua ain't sitting in front of none of these women. And if they're gonna talk to Yeshua, then none of y'all in the flesh are gonna be there.
I mean, all people. This thing.
So
Priscilla,
that's the thing.
all people are capable of manipulation, just as all people could be susceptible to manipulation.
Well, here's the thing.
This is just how humans work.
Well,
I want to finish. I want to finish getting this because I don't want to go down the philosophical. Yeah, I want to keep it here because if we're saying that a man can never be at a point to have a healthy relationship, with a woman, can a woman ever be in a healthy point where she can have a healthy relationship?
Well, the question would have to be, and if you want to get some women up here, to ask them specifically what it is that they want, because again, I'm talking to 3 males, and I'm the only woman here trying to convey on behalf of women's thinking. You all want something that's opposite of what women actually want, right? And the thing that,
but that's a general statement, though.
But
what do you think so far?
I've already seen this, sir.
Why'd you know?
I'm the one who told you about it.
You know what?
Like I said earlier, some of the points that she brought up were had some truth to it. Some of it wasn't. As the same to the guy with the yellow glasses on. But I can't say, oh yeah, Priscilla, I agree with her 100% everything she said in this. No, I'm not gonna say that because I don't. I don't agree 100% everything he said either. But I personally, I appreciated, that they were able to get her to have a vulnerable moment, which I've never seen before.
What?
Oh, you took Raw B's.
Huh?
I said you took Raw B's ranch away.
I've been took her damn ranch away.
I
just gotta get everything reset again because she blocked most of my peoples and my memberships all fucked up. So I gotta reset everything. But it don't stop the train. It don't stop the train at all. And right now she's getting destroyed by one of the people in the Umar sector. So as long as it's off me, I really don't care. She's a non-factor at this moment. But where are we?
I'm so late.
Here's the thing. That's not all.
I said I'm so late to the game.
Don't worry, you ain't missing nothing.
What is that? What do you mean by that?
Here's the thing.
That is actually a subjective statement.
That's not data.
I know you have a lot of statistics, but that would actually be a subjective
here's
statement.
The thing.
Because there's women in the chat that wouldn't agree with that.
Here's the thing.
Unless you're saying that the only reason why they disagree with it is because they haven't.
Here's the thing. Okay.
Been enlightened.
No, seriously. Would we be having this conversation if everything was peaches and cream between men and women?
Of course not.
No.
Of course
okay.
Not. Okay. Your platform, our platform, even Tim Ross's platform exists because people have problems and relationships tend to be one of those common problems.
And so here's the thing. Okay. Unlike the majority of these platforms, I go into root cause analysis of the why things are messed up. Okay. Because I've been watching this for the last 10 years, it's been a circle of the same thing. And then when you go back 50 years, the male's disposition has been the same and it has not changed. It has not changed. So to continue to do the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result, that's lunacy. The definition of insanity. So clearly what people have been talking about ain't working and is getting worse. So there must be another explanation contrary to the same talking points that's been going on for the last 10 years and the same complaints coming or the same verbiage over the last 50 years. So what I'm saying is that the majority of people talking this got it wrong. And I'm coming with something new that ain't nobody really even talking about or not focused on. So of course, people who are not introduced to new information will automatically reject it. I'm not concerned about people rejecting something that they ain't used to, because I'm here to give a different perspective that people have not considered, right? So women do a lot of talking and males often say, we ain't trying to hear that. It just go in one ear and out the other. So women are saying what they need over and over and over again. Women are saying what they want. And clearly, men do not care enough to give women what they want. But I can tell you right now, men got a whole laundry list about what they need from a woman. And if you ask the male what he's supposed to do, he gonna give you a real shallow answer, provide and protect. And that don't never even have no real context. So it leaves a whole lot of gray area. I used to be a car salesman. And guess what? Car salesmen speak in terms of gray area. And when you don't speak in absolute black and white, guess what you do? You give people the ability to create their own fantasies and fill in the blanks that you left blank. So when a man says provide and protect, They never even go into detail. They allow the woman to create her own idea of what she thinks he means by provide and protect. Then she goes in looking for certain behaviors that she might want that have not been properly communicated to the male, right? While the male is just doing his natural due, okay? So this miscommunication, this misunderstanding about the biological and neurological makeup of both the male and female is causing a lot of conflict. And I'm here to give more context to the why things are dysfunctional. Now, the way I'm saying it, the fact of the matter is men do not benefit from me telling women the truth about how men think and how they function, because if women saw men the way that I see them, a lot of women would not give men access to them, and they would not tolerate a lot of the things that men are doing and be sitting there extended periods of time continuing to give their energy to try to make this male be something that he keeps showing you that he, like we was talking about earlier.
I'll get a break. I need a break. But that was pretty good.
Yeah,
that was mighty interesting.
I agree.
I bet probably knew before you took her my stigma. And you know what? Once I find out how to unlock everything back to where it was, because a friend of mine was complaining that she couldn't give those super chats. Was the super chats are fine, the super chats are on. She just undid everything, so I have to go back and see who she's blocked and who she hasn't blocked. So go through that whole thing, and then that's another thing that gets irritating too, because again, I want absolutely nothing to do with this cat, nothing at all.
Oh, wow.
I haven't said anything as of yet. But it's starting to look like, or I mean, I really don't have to say nothing, because there's another person in the YouTube sector is doing the damage to her already, is giving her the business. So he's handling my business. So I really don't have to say much, except for a couple of things I can say. But at any rate, going into it in a different direction, you know what I mean? Like I said, this is the end all or be all for me. I'm not trying to have some female kick me off YouTube because of some misunderstanding. It's just like, what? If you feel, let me ask you something. If you don't like a person, or if you end up getting mad at me over something that's fixable, do you not speak to me ever again, or do you just go on a dark rant and just act all stupid and start throwing personal business out there and where people don't need to know your personal business?
Oh, I would just come to you and tell you how I feel.
Wow. That's simple enough, ain't it? But nothing's never that simple. Nothing is never that simple. Because in order to get to somebody, you need to go back into the past. You need to go back and revere some things. It's like, well, I may have done some dumb shit, but you You ain't no goddamn unicorn. You a goddamn a goblin that no one, I'm sorry, is going to kiss you and turn you into a princess because you acting just as ugly as ever.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like that. So until you change your ways, you're gonna stay ugly. And I mean, I could roast this person if I wanted to, but what good will it do? What good would it do me?
As your former first lady said, when they go low, you go higher.
Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. So grab a donut and some
Don't
coffee.
grab the chocolate one on the left, though. If you touch it, you gotta get it.
Shut your ass. My fingers are starting to slip. God damn it. You got some things you need to do.
Yeah, actually.
I don't want to keep you up here all night. I don't want to be I don't want to imprison you. Like people would hear me doing. I don't want to be the bad person. I don't want to be the manipulator. Like I'm everything but the child of God. And then gonna have the nerve to send some coward. You know what? Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Leave it alone.
I'm sorry you had to be subjected to that. You don't deserve
I'm
that.
sorry too. I'm sorry too, but it's just like an asshole. It's just like the opinion of assholes. Everybody has one.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And this is the reason why I might be coming with you at that secret location, that underground tunnel of yours.
Sure, you're welcome anytime.
I gotta figure out how to work that. I gotta figure out how to work that stupid camera. You know, I bought a camera and I haven't even opened it up yet. I haven't even opened up the damn box.
Oh wow.
It's just sitting there collecting dust and shit. Well, my lady, it's been a pleasure. Hopefully we'll have more and more talks like this, possibly tomorrow. When I talk about the latest thing from Ifa Tunde, aka Umar, the African queen is God. And of course, they try to get him with another snow bunny, which is a damn shame.
The little boy played a prank on
The
him.
little boy, try to play a prank on him, and you know, I got to get in that ass too, pause. But it's coming. It's coming. So definitely tomorrow I will be doing I will be doing a lot on that same bat channel. But I'm gonna go and finish this up a little bit. You're free to go out and smell the breeze if you want.
Alrighty, it's been fun.
Definitely. Thank you for hanging out. Peace.
No problem.
Now we're on the 3:30. Well, 5:30. We'll just go around 6. We'll just go at 6. We'll just continue this till 6 o'clock.
Would have.
And just in case, if anybody is bold enough Let me shut my mouth.
I have two governed males in a natural pecking order where it's just men, right? And where they earn the right to get out and say, I am now a man. There is no rites of passage. People just willy-nilly doing all kind of stuff. So we have to put rites of passage back into play, and the rites
both
of passage,
men and women.
yes, but both men and women, but it's not the same rites of passage ritual.
So
Let
me say this.
Yeah.
Like everything that you're saying makes, like, I love Jesus so much more after talking to you. If there's any dwellers that's in the chat,
where you at, dwellers?
The majority of what you're saying, I say on my pod. We just point them to a different direction. I have so many people in our comment section, so many men in my comment section that always say, you always hard on the men, but you don't say nothing about these women. Because I do know that if the man really gets a transformed mind, it fixes everything. It's the reason why Jesus is called the second man Adam, because the first man Adam effed up, right? So there has to be that fix. I just feel like everything you're saying, I'm like, oh, I say this on my pod. I just point them in a different direction. I do feel that, and I want to commend your bravery to fly here and sit with three men.
Yes,
strong
absolutely.
men. No, and I hope you haven't felt outnumbered in any way or whatever. But I know you got your sister here.
She got some backup,
and I know you got some
the disciples,
power players,
the power players in the chat.
Power players in the chat. But I do commend you for just being you. You know what I'm saying? And what I love, anytime I sit down and get to talk to somebody that has a opposite opinion, a different opinion, however I feel about it, perspective, philosophy, way of living, whatever, it just helps me to understand how I need to communicate Jesus clearer. It helps me to understand how to navigate the conversation and go back to scripture to make sure it's still grounded and that nothing has changed. And it's solid. I feel after however many hours we've been talking, it's as solid now as when we started. Would you be opposed to a challenge?
No.
Okay, here's my challenge.
I want to hear this.
Because I love you, sissy.
Over 4,100 people in the chat, by the way.
All right, we love all of y'all.
It's jumping. It's jumping.
I am what I refer to as a realistic optimist. Okay, I've lived enough life. I'm 48. If I shave the beard, I'm 31. Right, black don't crack unless you use it. Right. So I've been around a while, and I used to be an optimist until I kept living. And then I was like, yeah, everything ain't half full. Some of this is half empty, right? And so you say 54% of women don't want to get married again. I say 46% do, right? Because it's optimist. I'm an optimistic realist, right? It's grounded in the reality that this is true, and I still have hope, right? As much as dark as the world is getting, it can get pitch black dark. That just means I could be a brighter light. You know what I mean? Like I don't even have to go to 1,000 watt bulb. If it's pitch black dark and I'm 100 watts, I'm still shine, right? So my challenge is, would you be against finding like 10 niggas?
Why you say it like that?
No. Let me cook now.
Let him cook.
You done drew stuff and got.
Oh, just say why you say it like that.
I'm a nigga from LA. Like this I talk, right?
Like
So here's where I'm at with it, right?
Yeah.
Genesis chapter 18, God tells end of 18 going into 19. God tells Abraham, I'm about to go ahead and murk Sodom and Gomorrah, right? I didn't look that they sin too long. I'm about to come get these niggas, right?
Right.
He didn't say it like that, but I'm just saying, right? So Abraham goes on this he starts like, hey man, my nephew lives there. if there's 50 people there, would you spare it?
Mm.
And God's like, I'll spare it for 50. Then he's like, all right, don't be mad. If it's 40 people there, would you spare it? And it gets all the way down to like 10. Because what he's trying to say is they can't be all bad. Like, you know what I'm saying? So would you be opposed to finding 10 niggas that are at this? Because you said some, when you talking about the upper 1%, which means the upper 1% exists. Yeah. And would you oppose to talking to them and to their wives just to be able to come back with you? I'm not telling you to change nothing you believe. I'm just saying go find 10 niggas that don't fit this category and wives, and like look them dead in the eye, put them on a lie detector, see if they the under eyelid twitches, and be like, y'all niggas is really about that life.
Because you do believe they exist, right?
Hold on.
They exist.
0.1%.
Okay, but that's all I want to know. But go ahead.
It's not even 1%.
It's getting lower and lower by the second here.
No, I'm
go ahead.
I'm going off. I'm going based on the standard deviation curves that I typically use.
Okay.
Yeah.
But hold on, wait,
go
Tim.
ahead.
Were you done with that thought?
That's
though?
the challenge.
Okay.
So far.
I will accept that challenge under the condition that you rebuttal these few things from the Bible. Okay. You mentioned Sodom and Gomorrah and Lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Genesis chapter 19, verse 7-8. Lot was said to be a righteous man, even though he sold his 2 daughters to the mobsters. So chapter 19, 7-8, he says, I beg you, my brothers, do not act so wickedly.
Yep.
Behold, I have 2 daughters who have not known men. Let me bring them to you, and you can do whatever you want to them. Now, like I said, this book was for men, and this is not the benefit of women, because that to me sound like what they doing in Afghanistan right now, selling their daughters to men so they can have some food or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So I don't think women benefit from that. Romans 3, 9-10. What then? Are we better? No, in no wise. For we have before changed both Jews and Greeks with being all under sin. 10, according as it is written, there is not a righteous man, not even one. So in Romans, he says there's no righteous men. In Job 14:1, he says, man who is born of woman is short-lived and full of turmoil. 2 Timothy 3:1-5, for men shall be lovers of themselves, covetous, boasters, proud, blasphemous, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy, without natural affection, truce breakers, false accusers, fierce, despisers those who are good, traitors, high-minded, lovers of pleasure more than lovers of God. So this is what the Bible specifically says about men.
Some men.
Well,
I think that could be insinuated on that. And then also, real quick, we also want to talk about what righteous actually means. Righteous means free of sin or guilt, which it makes sense that there's no righteous men, because who is free of sin or guilt?
Okay. I just want to make sure. Do you have any more?
Hold on. Brains do toxic things that women's brains don't do. So the scriptures corroborate the science that has been out here about men. So if this is the nature of men and the heart of men, this does not benefit women at all. And it only puts women in harm's way when they are in connection with men.
But Priscilla, the Bible speaks about temperance and self-control. So yes, that is the hearts of men. Yes, we are like that, which is why you have to implement self-control and temperance. Which is a learned skill.
Which requires a lot of willpower that the male obviously does not have, because we can look in the world. I know you don't like it, but I can see the state of the world, and I'm not living in delusion land, because at the end of the day, you all have to admit that what is being said is the truth, right?
Well, is she still operating off of black and white? She's still operating on that. And you know me, I'm not the type to operate on black and white. I was like, I care about my people more than I care about any other race. However, she's putting the onus out on us due to the fact that we're supposed to stop. We're supposed to put white people in check. I'm not in a position to tell a white person what to do in his or her household. I have a household of my own. She's still operating on that narrative of black and white. I don't do that. And I say that's because she told me this before. It's like I'm not here for just black men or black women only. I have a variety of black, white, Latino, Asian. Like, Asian people don't give a damn about you. It's proven. Everything ain't black and white. It's proven. But what you're doing is great. However, let's be honest here. Do Asians give a fuck about your people? Hell no. Do Indians and Mexicans and white folks, do they give a fuck about your people? Afghanistan, do they ever give a fuck about your people? No. But your intentions may be good. But how you see things about the world it's misconstrued to me. Think however you want, but until we fix our situation as far as our people, I would strongly suggest yet again that you separate yourselves from any other race or every other race other than ours. But you do what you do.
That's a warning.
Well, hold on.
It's to be aware that this can happen.
Okay,
But it is happening.
I want to hear Tim.
Yes, because I do want to.
Go ahead.
You said you would accept the challenge if I would refute that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Or those scriptures.
Yeah.
Those scriptures are irrefutable.
Mm-hmm.
I can't refute them.
Mm-hmm.
What I can do is hold the tension
Mm-hmm.
between the broken humanity of man
Mm-hmm.
and the Bible not having any chill and outing everyone
Mm-hmm.
from the beginning all the way through to the end that did not hold the integrity and the character and the standards that God's precepts, decrees, laws, and commands asked for, which is why we needed a savior. I absolutely agree that what is being asked of men and women is absolutely impossible in our own willpower. Left to our own devices, we will always go to our default lower level because the condition of men and women at a biological and psychological level is to seek pleasure and avoid pain. That is not just in men, that is in women as well.
Everyone.
So what I will say is, this is why we were given. I can only talk as a believer. I can't speak and represent 4,000 people. This is why we were given the Holy Spirit, so that he would lead and guide our lives, and we would not even be trusting in our own flesh. As Paul writes, dwells no good thing.
Right.
No good thing.
All right. Now, I appreciate that. Now,
can you take this challenge on now then?
Well, let me finish with it.
We got to finally tell. I got the 10 good brothers, by the way.
Man.
Matter of fact, I got about 50 of them actually. They all been on the show.
You got them rooting for you too.
I got them in here. So I just want to really ask this here too, because I think it's really one thing I don't like about, even when I think about the red pill community, right, is they do a really good job empowering men in certain aspects and having these truths.
But we were on another show talking about that.
Yeah.
But then they mix in these very fear-based messages
Absolutely
about women. And when you instill a spirit of fear in people, that's not really how they should be operating. That's not the highest level of operation.
Correct. And it does
everything about your messaging is literally the opposite of the red pill community, because what you do is you have also these truths and this empowerment into the ladies, because I do think ladies should be investing in themselves. I do think women should find happiness within. I do think a lot of what you're saying is true, but when we use this fear-based messaging around the men, around how men are the ones who are causing you this pain, and there's no man out there that's going to be able to meet your needs ever, and unless it's it's probably 0.0001% of men now at this point that's going to.
And he is highly correct. I would have to say in my statement. Yeah. However, what is the medicine? What is the solution to change on it? Because the more and more we get into it, the more and more it gets worse. And I had just played the clip, I'd say like an hour ago, of Kelly Bev. Shouts out to Kelly Bev going off on all these other nitwits online. And I ain't got nothing against Fatty. I got nothing against Mr. Fantastic. I ain't got nothing against even Angry Man, even though he acts just crazy. He acts crazy. This is YouTube. This is an online thing, and I think we just need to detox from this, and preferably, if you want to have a real meeting and a real conversation, like, what is homeboy's name? Kayla would know who I'm talking about, because it's these particular men have these particular panels, right? But it's outside of YouTube. If we can get together like past tense and continuous and have the conversation outside of YouTube and come up with a solution based there, it's already been done, but we need more of these in order for us to come together. But mind you, this is a horizontal issue. We need to go vertical. We need to go up. Our marriages need to go up. Our finances need to go up. The Black community needs to start to go up.
Going to be able to meet these needs. That is dangerous, because again, those fear-based messages is never going to be able to truly empower somebody, because they're still operating off a level of fear in the way that they move. You call it truth, but it's really fear, because if that man does exist out there, but we never talk about what that other great man looks like, we never even bring him up. At no point in time have you ever talked about what a relationship could look like if a woman were to find this type of man.
Exactly.
And you acknowledge that he exists, you make him this leprechaun that we shouldn't even worry about really finding. And really at that point, we incentivize women to just be together. And I can imagine when you have that level of messaging, the type of person that's attracted to that message, the messages of fear. When I look at the red pill community, the type of brothers that are really deeply back in at the deepest, they're not the ones that stop by and keep going. I'm talking about the ones that get stuck in there. When you look at the condition of their lives and the experiences that they've had with women, I understand why they got stuck in that community. And when I'm hearing a lot of the ladies that really might get caught in your community based off the messaging and stay there, live there, not stay there, not keep it moving, I can imagine these are ladies that have had absolutely horrific experiences with men.
So let me
They're
ask you
in, and no, and I want to figure this out. All of it matters. Prince, have you ever had experience for the entire span of your life today? I'm just curious to know personally. I know no facts and figures. You ever had that exist personally?
No, I'm 37 years old, and no. Do you want me to give you a rundown? I mean,
yes,
because,
yes, please.
Yeah,
just generally about your experience with men.
Yeah, because I don't like to talk about my personal experience. You know why? Because I don't like for it to be subjective. I like to stay on objective.
Your experience is facts.
No. But typically, when people talk about the conversation that I'm having, they like to paint it as if it's because of your experience. Let me tell you.
Wait. Now, life experience does impact how you perceive things.
But see, that's what I'm saying. People want to say that it's tainted. But let me tell you something about experience. Every single thing in this world has been perfected, men, and me dating men. After 20 years of experience, I have come to a conclusion about a variety of men. Because I've been a tomboy my whole life, I have access to men in a way that the average woman who's girly girl and who
want to do that.
No,
I just think that's context.
I want to give context. Something. Men let me in to their mind. Okay. So the men that I worked with, oh man, they were all married. Been working with any male, right? And so when men say, oh, we don't want a woman that's educated, we don't care about your education, we don't care about your money, you ain't got to care, because I care, and I don't center my life around men. And if women stopped caring what men had to say about their appearance, their finances, their education, and they focused on themselves to build themselves up to a.
Now, I do sentiment with her about this. When men say, and there are those men on the internet that say that we don't care about your education, that goes into the trails of patriarchy. That they don't want your education, they just want your body, they don't want your mind, they don't care how you think. They just want the action of you cooking, cleaning, and bowing to their every will. Like, this is the United States of America. There is no such thing as that shit. It's an energy draining type of a thing. When I sit there and I sigh, it's energy draining. I mean, we got to do better than that. We got to be a bigger think tank than that. That's what I was like. How do you like it if women were in charge, right? And women dominated. Well, women already dominate. No, they don't. They dominate the court system. No, they don't. Y'all can't even pay. Y'all can't even pay freaking child support. Y'all can't even. Most of you motherfuckers can't even pay a fucking light bill. Can't even keep food in the refrigerator, but you can sit on your ass and play PlayStation all fucking day. That ain't no man to me. I have a PS5 and I rarely play it. Rarely. Because I'm busy. My son is on there more than me. I was thinking about giving it to him. Psych.
A level and stop waiting on somebody to take control of your life. Not only would women go so much further, they would find the divine purpose that was meant for them to add value back into the planet. If the male get it together, he get it together. If he don't get it together, oh well, that's not the woman's responsibility. That's his responsibility.
So let me give you what it looks like on and I appreciate you sharing all that.
Mhm.
Let me give you what it looks like in what has to be a parallel universe for you.
Mhm.
I'm clearly the 0.1%. Have to be, okay. And I progressively got to that. You mentioned Ryan's words 2 years ago. He's evolved since then. Sure. Obviously, 24 years of marriage, I'm not the same man that I was when I entered into marriage. I got married at 23. Juliet was 20. I didn't have a job or a car when we met. 5 years later, I retired Juliet from her job. She started a business. She produced books and did a whole sorts of things. She's Afro-Caribbean, so she's Jamaican and Bahamian. That Bahamian side is real sweet. That Jamaican side got 22 jobs. So what I've told my wife for the last several years is that I'm the executive producer of your dreams. Whatever you can come up with, I can finance and will and do. And so there is a contentment and an empowerment that she has because I allowed the man, not a man, the man, Yeshua, to establish his dominance over me. That's why we have to receive him as Lord. Like the stuff you're saying fits here. That's why I say you super close to the kingdom. And what he has asked me to do is not just receive him as Savior, but to submit to him as Lord. Every man needs that. That's why he's King of Kings, Lord of Lords, right? And so in that relationship, with that submission, I am for my wife the type of man that you say does not exist. What my hope and prayer is that through this conversation, everyone that's listening, over, I think it's more, still over
4,500, over 4,500,
4,500 in the chat. Thank y'all so much for staying with us this long. This is
thousands that's gonna watch this after.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, somebody didn't tell me I was on mute. We can finish this up another time, but I want to go back to Kelly Bebb. Shouts out to Kelly Bebb for holding it down in Hamp's live stream.
Whenever a small percentage of men do something, not only do all men get blamed for it, they literally pass laws that now affect all of us men. We've been affected by the freaking 94 crime bill because of what a small percentage of men did. We've been affected by the new child support laws because of what a small percentage of men did. There's a bunch of laws on the books. The freaking what's that act that Bill Clinton came out with? The Abused Woman Act or something like that. What was that shit he came out with? Like right
Obama
now,
did another one. See, Obama had one too.
Right now, as we speak, if me and Callie Bev was in a relationship and we got into an argument or a disagreement or whatever, and let's say the police came and they charged both of us, right? Your charge is going to be assault. My charge is going to be assault on a woman, which carries more time and carries more of a freaking penalty. So we're not even viewed.
That's a lie from now.
The same law.
First of all, I don't care who hit who. How it goes is this: whoever hit first, and most likely they're going to do some investigating. The first time is a warning. You're going to end up, unless it's a brutal beating and everybody's all bloody up and stuff, both of you are going to go to jail. And they're going to say, to the person who is responsible, do you want to press charges? But let me go on this. The first time it's a warning. You're gonna have to separate you're gonna have to completely separate yourselves. Whoever is in charge of the house or the apartment or whatever, whoever's name is on the lease, that person who is staying with that person with the lease is gonna have to go somewhere else. Second warning, it doesn't matter who hit first. Whoever it's like what's the saying? Whoever pick up the phone first, the other one's going to jail. All right. It doesn't matter who has the fucking charge. Both of you are going to get charged with possibly the same charge. It ain't what woman, if you hit a woman, you hit a woman. You're going to get the same amount of time as a woman. If a woman hit a man, you're going to get the same damn charge. I don't care how you look at it. I don't care how you slice it. It's the same charge.
So whenever women start looking at men and saying, oh, these men are doing this, these men are doing that, there is literally legislation passed that affects all men. Whenever y'all do something that we don't like or we not feeling, nobody passes any laws for that shit.
That's because y'all some lazy ass niggas and you don't even go to your legislators. You don't. You know who you go to? YouTube. You basically masturbate over the laws that are given to women. You literally masturbate off that. So why you coming up to Cali? Man, shout out to Cali, Beb, yo.
Y'all can keep doing it as much as you want to do it.
But you could.
AKA paternity.
Don't talk to them. Don't talk to me about it. Don't talk to them.
Well, hold on. And again, and
yeah. Shouts out to Cali, Beb. Holding it down and telling the truth. And what truth did she tell?
About this. Whenever a small percentage of men do something.
So now you're gonna tell me I'm going to.
By telling you several women did something right. Women should have the same thing when they get abused, be it physically, be it sexually, whatever.
That was my point.
Never ever have that woman should not be able to have fear in all fucking men over one incident. Would you ever?
That is true. That is absolutely true.
You would never fucking say that shit in your fucking life. Now you capping.
Wait, did you understand?
That is completely not cap for me. That is absolutely true.
Wait, because we need a solid response to that.
He's the trauma.
Say one more time.
I said that according to her, if I can't say that several women were either ungrateful, disrespectful, or whatever for me doing something courteous, we have to be able to do it the same way. When a woman is abused by a man, be it physically or sexually, she should not be able to treat all men as dangerous.
Absolutely true. She should not, because you don't take your.
And you would never say that shit to a woman. So hold on.
So now you're gonna tell me what I'm gonna take to another woman? No, you are not gonna say what I would take to another woman. Absolutely not.
Yo, you gotta do a better job of this.
Prove my fucking point.
This part right here.
No, I didn't.
So, Callie, quick question. So she's sexually traumatized by a man, right?
Mm-hmm.
And her perception of men changes. Is that far-fetched? Is it reasonable?
No, it's not reasonable. It's not. Because you don't take your one experience and castigate that across a whole population of people.
Right. Wait, hold on. But here's the problem. Here's the difference, right? Here's the difference. Whenever a freaking woman does something in quite a few women do it, and then the men start treating the women a certain way because those few women did it, right? We're wrong for that, right? But guess what? On the flip side, what Fantastic is talking about, whenever a small percentage of men do something, not only do all men get blamed for it, they literally pass laws that now affect all of us men. We've been affected by the freaking 94.
Oh, boo. Cry me a river. All right. Part 3 coming soon. Peace.